No, they told me to come up to say, like, the people take their seats and we're gonna get started. Or do I go down? No?
And this is where this cool, this is living like a fool. This is old, this is new, this is one from being true. This is do, this is try, and it's never saying die. This is best, this is free, this is everything to me. La-di-da-di-da-di-da-da, di-da-di-da-di-da-da, and on and on and on and on. Well, this is play, this is greed, this is taking more than need. This is small, this is cute, this is killing at the root. This is here, this is gone, and it's certain we live on. This is time, this is shout, this is sun when it runs out. Mr. Robbie Jones. Sounds good, doesn't it? Hey, Jesus, Buddha, who or whatever really could use praise. Promise to be grateful forever. Come on, for you, it's just a piece of cake. Got me with my soul pants down, feeling like a bloody clown, sliding on that last drop of faith. Oh, you know all I do is wait. Hey, Jesus, Buddha, who or whatever really could use a break. I promise to be grateful forever. Come on, for you, it's just a piece of cake. Tired of slipping all this time, falling at the starting line, sliding on that cold black ice. Oh, what I do to make it right. Jesus, Buddha, who or whatever, listening or even away. What I need right now to make me happy, have my own piece of cake. Oh, I know you've heard it all before, and you might have just once more. I venture into my own plight. Well, all I want is a fair venture day. Hey, Jesus, Buddha, who or whatever really could use a break. I promise to be grateful forever. Come on, for you, it's just a piece of cake. Hey, Jesus, Buddha, who or whatever, listening or even away. What I need right now to make me happy, have my own piece of cake. 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 Give it to me now. My own piece of cake. What I gotta do? My own piece of cake. Gotta give me some. My own piece of cake. Oh, my own piece of cake.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We are 2 Irishmen, an Englishman, and an American. And it does sound like a joke, but it's not very funny. We're 20 years together. We set the band up in Madrid.
If you're sitting there waiting for things to get started and you want to find out who we are,
Ahorita lo vemos.
just check out
Ahorita tenemos tiempo.
Spotify.
Tenemos tiempo. Vamos.
Track dogs, like perros de la villa. And we're right there. Give us a follow. Have a good venture day.
Hello, everybody. Please take your seats. We're about to get started. Yeah, perfect. Welcome to IE Venture Day, Madrid 2025. Thank you. We have an incredible day planned ahead, filled with bold ideas and fearless founders. This is a celebration of the late nights, the what-ifs, and the passion that drives people to build something from nothing. Get ready to meet our finalists from a huge pool of talented entrepreneurs. They've refined their ideas, they've pushed boundaries, and they're here today to share their vision with us. We have high school students, all the way to unicorn founders and everything in between. I'm Victoria, and I'm an MBA student and a Master in Finance student here at IE, and it's my pleasure to be your host this evening, alongside my 2 co-MCs, who will now introduce themselves.
Thank you, Vic. Hello, I'm Filip Jacob. I'm from Romania, second-year BBA student at IE, and I'm working with the center for 2 years now. And I'm really excited for today. What about you, Antonio?
I'm also really excited, Philip. This is actually my first time coming to Venture Day, and it's certainly my first time emceeing it. So I'm just happy to see these startups pitch, and yeah, let's get on with it.
Perfect. Now, to kick things off, I'm going to hand over the mic to Paris de Letras, Managing Director at IE Venture Lab, who will say a few words before inviting Uriel Levine to the stage. So please, a round of applause.
Thank you, Victoria and the team. I gotta admit, I'm really excited about today. As you may know, I've been here running the Venture Lab now for the last 15 years. That's a long time. And we broke all records this year in terms of participation in the Venture Lab. During COVID, we hit 97 teams, and we thought that was crazy because we'd never hit more than 60 or 70 teams per semester. And this year, we hit 174 teams. Crazy. The most exciting thing about that is that that means that over 1,000 students of this university have gone through will be going through the Venture Lab within a 12-month period. And that's just amazing to be able to offer that opportunity to students, to actually live the startup journey. I was talking earlier to a student, exchange student from Northeastern University in the United States, and she was telling me that probably in her class, and she's an undergrad, 4th-year undergrad, just a senior year, she said, in my class, we only have 1 course in entrepreneurship, and maybe 2 of the students do startups. And we hear this all the time. The opportunity that students have in this university to work on a startup is unique. And that's what makes this school 4th in the world in entrepreneurship. And so I'm not going to steal the thunder. We have a bunch of stuff planned for you guys. As we heard earlier also from Victoria, we even have, for the first time, 2 high school pitches. But one of the things I really think that has changed a lot, the Venture Lab this year, not only is the quantity of teams that we've had, but our new addition to the Venture Lab. Our next speaker is a friend and someone who has built 2 unicorns. He is now part of the faculty of the Venture Lab. He's a mentor. I think many of you have been able to get mentorship sessions from him. And so it's a real honor to introduce all of you to Yuri Levine.
Thank you. Really excited to be here. There are some teams that I've seen during my mentorship period, and you know what I really want is that in a few years down the road, some of you is going to be here and do the keynote speech. And I thought about it because everyone knows me as an entrepreneur, but I'm also a teacher, so I feel equally rewarded if I build stuff myself or I guide someone to build it. And I thought about maybe should I deliver one message. I only have about 14 minutes or so. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm a teacher. Actually, if you're going to implement one piece of what is on this slide, you're already increased your likelihood of being successful. And for me, teaching entrepreneurship is very, very challenging, right? Because if you study engineering, at the end of the 4 years, you're going to become an engineer. But if you're going to study 4 years of entrepreneurship, at the end of it, you're not entrepreneur. You're only entrepreneur when you make the leap of faith and build your own startup. So I wrote a book called Fall in Love with the Problem, Not the Solution, Enamorarte del Problema, No de la Solución. A book that Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple, called the Bible for entrepreneurs. And this is maybe the first message that I have on this slide. And the reason that you want to fall in love with the problem and not the solution. Look, when you focus on the problem is going to serve as the North Star of your journey. And at the end of the day, this journey is about value creation. The simplest way to create value is solve a problem. But your story is going to be way more compelling, right? And this is really, really important. Just imagine that we will be here in 2007, and I will tell you I'm going to build an AI crowdsource-based navigation system, which is actually exactly what I did with Waze, right? And everyone is going to say, oh yeah, very interesting, but no one cares. If I will tell you that I'm going to help you to avoid traffic jams, then you do care. When your customer care, they want you to become successful, and they're going to help you to become successful. And the best way to engage is through the problem and not through the solution. You wouldn't care how Waze work if this is a rocket science or there is a magical wand behind the scene that makes it work. No one cares. So people don't care what you're doing. They care about what you're doing for them. And therefore, tell the story of the problem. The journey itself, probably many of you already heard me, right? So this is going to be a long roller coaster journey of failures. And the part of journey of failure is really, really critical, right? We are building something new that no one did before. And even though that we think that we know exactly what we are doing, we don't. So we try one thing and it doesn't work. We try another thing and it doesn't work. We keep on trying multiple things until we find one thing that does work. Now, if you realize that this is going to be a journey of failures, then the most important takeaway from that is that you want to fail fast. Because when you fail fast, and by the way, the stack of t-shirts that I have is because I actually have one for each one of them. Make your mistakes fast. When you fail fast, you actually have plenty of time to make another attempt, and another attempt, and another attempt. And the more attempts that you're making, you simply increase the likelihood of being successful. So the biggest enemy of good enough is perfect. And this is really, really dramatic. Just imagine, think of two twin sister companies starting the same day, building the same product, making the same progress, even have twins, brother and sister teams, right? Until one day, company A is saying, you know what, our product is not ready. It's embarrassing level. We need to keep on building that, right? And company B is saying, you know what, our product is not ready. It's embarrassing level. We are going to go to the market with it. From this point on, company B is making way faster progress than company A. And this is really, really dramatic at the beginning. And actually, every time that you are going to experiment something new, you have nothing to lose. When you have nothing to lose, this is exactly the time that you want to move fast. So, biggest enemy of good enough is perfect. You make your mistakes fast. Now we have another t-shirt. Product market fit, right? Actually, I originally planned to wear all these shirts on top of each other and then start to take them off, and then I realized that, wait a minute, this might take too long. Product market fit is really simple. Product market fit means that we create value to our customers. If you do not figure out product market fit, which means that you do not create value to your customers, you will die, as simple as that. You never heard of a company that did not figure out product market fit. They simply died. How long did it take them to get there? Oh, we don't know, because we never heard of them. But for a second, I want you to think of maybe all the applications that you're using every day, right? From Waze, WhatsApp, Netflix, searching Google, Uber, whatever it is. And ask yourself, what is the difference between any of those today and the first time that you have used it? And the answer is that there is no difference. We are searching Google today the same way that we searched Google for the first time in our life. We're using Waze today the same way. How long did it take them to figure it out? We don't know. Beforehand, we never heard, then they did not change the value proposition anymore. For Waze, it was 4 years. For Microsoft, even though that they are celebrating 50 years old now, it was 5 years. For Netflix, it was 10 years. For OpenAI, for ChatGPT, it was 6 years until we heard the name for the first time. Figuring out product market fit is a long roller coaster journey of failures. Now, one of the key learnings that I have over my years is that I spoke with many entrepreneurs that their startup failed and asked them why, what happened? And about half told me the team was not right. And I kept on asking, okay, what do you mean the team was not right? And what I heard the most is, we had this guy not good enough and this guy not good enough, so not good enough was the main reason that I heard. Another reason that I heard quite often is that we had communication issues, right? Something that I actually called ego management issues. And then I asked them the most interesting question. When did you know that the team is not right? Now, the answer was actually pretty scary. All of them told me within the first month. There was one guy that told me before we even started. And I said, wait a minute, if you knew within the first month that the team is not right and you didn't do anything, the problem was not that the team was not right. The problem was that the CEO did not make hard decisions. Making easy decisions is easy. Making hard decisions is hard. Surprisingly, another t-shirt. Making hard decisions is hard. As someone that leads your startup, all the hard decisions will end up at your decision to make. And you have to make those decisions, because when you don't make that decision, the result is always the same. The top performing people are going to leave. Now, building a startup is a very, very hard journey, right? Not all of them are successful. It's hard if you have the right team. It's nearly impossible if you have the top performing people leaving. One of the, so I mentioned earlier, Steve Wozniak called my book the Bible for Entrepreneurs, and he wrote the foreword to my book. Now, I met him for the first time about 10 years ago at a conference in Guatemala. Now, I'm 60 years old. When I grew up, Steve Wozniak was actually the technological guru of the world, right? He was the guy. That's it, right? And for me, to meet him for the first time in my life was really exciting, right? So what I wanted to do is actually have a selfie with him. And luckily enough, the organizer of the conference arranged for the dinner the night before, and I had the opportunity to take a selfie with him. So I get out my iPhone. I was kind of lucky to have an iPhone. And with the iPhone, if you want to take a selfie, by the way, I am going to take a selfie, you can click right here on the screen. But you can also use the volume button. You can click on the volume button and take a picture, right? And this is exactly what I did. And he said, finally. I said, finally what? Finally, someone using it the way that I meant it to be. Now, if you think about it for a second, then the evolutions of the first iPhone was actually a smartphone, a PDA, and a digital camera together, right? This is how we took pictures with digital cameras, clicking right here, where the volume button is. So it made perfect sense, except the fact that nearly no one is using it this way. And for me, that was an inspiration to write one of the chapters in my book that called You Are Only a Sample of One. You are only a sample of one, right? Different people are using product differently. And if you want me, let me try here an experiment. If you are using Waze, raise your hand. So first of all, thank you, right? Waze guides you to your destination by showing you the turns that you need to make on the screen of the phone or on the screen of the car, right? But it also have audio guides. If you are watching the screen, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you are watching the screens. Okay, look around you, look around you. Keep your hands up, look around you. Okay, if you are listening to the audio prompts, raise your hand. Look around you again. By and large, there are way more people watching the screens than listening to the audio prompts, about 75% watching the screens and 20% listening to the audio prompts, and 5% never told me what they're doing. Up until tonight, you did not know that. And to be frank, you didn't care. And from tonight, you do know that, and you still don't care. But if you are building the product and you don't know that there are other people that are using your product differently, you are building the wrong product. And the way that you're going to find out is by watching your users. As simple as that. When you have new users, you watch them. If they're doing exactly what you expect them to do, then you say thank you and you buy them a beer or a pizza or whatever, and you are awesome. But if they're doing something else, you are going to ask them why. And this is how you're going to learn and improve your product. And by the way, when I said reaching out product market fit through iterations and iteration and iteration, these are the iterations. You're watching users, you speak with them, you realize what doesn't work for them, and you fix that again and again and again. Now, one of the things that we have the tendency to forget is focus. And focus is really, really hard. Focus is not about what we are doing. It's about what we are not doing. The main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. But the not doing is the hard decisions, right? Because we believe at the beginning that we can do everything, right? But the reality is that we cannot. And so in order for us to do what we are aim to do, we need to say no to everything else, right? And this is really, really important. So let me define your company. Your company have two ingredients into it, just two. The value proposition and the target audience. That's it. If you change one of them, it's a new company. If you're telling me, oh, we are good for consumers and also for B2B, no, you are not. You pick one. Picking one is hard. I can figure out where the shares of hard decisions, and again, it's going to be hard decisions. Now, simplifying is very, very challenging, right? We have the tendency to say, okay, wait a minute, if we are going to add more features, then we are going to make the product better. No, you'll make it lesser. Less is more. It makes it simpler, and therefore more people are actually going to use that. At the end of the day, if you think about different products that you have used every day, and you ask yourself, how many features have I used in this product today, right? And the answer is maybe one. Maybe two, maybe three, that's it. Even though that there might be 737 features in this product. We only use very, very few of them. And so you cannot oversimplify it. Leonardo da Vinci said simplification is the ultimate sophistication. It's hard to make it simple. You actually need to work way harder to make it simple. Now, the starting point for all the journeys are always the same. First of all, validate the problem. Then validate the value proposition. You validate the problem by basically speaking with people, and you tell them, this is the problem I would like to address. How do you feel about this problem, right? Give me your examples of it. And what you really want to hear is their perception of the problem. And then once you realize that, you build something that is not a technology. It's a value proposition. You basically say, I'm going to make this problem go away, and you actually do manual work for them, and you make sure that the problem disappears. And then you see, after we capture the value, if this is the real value for them, and only then you go and build your solution. So technology, the product is not about technology. Product development starts after you launch, not before, after. This is where we actually have real feedback, and you can start to make a move. Now, I know that there are a lot of people here that are looking to raise capital based on a slide where, no, you can only raise capital if you have traction. And you're going to have traction if you go out there and you start to sell your value proposition. So traction wins, no matter what happens. If you have traction, many things will fall into the place, right? So number one, you will have the commitment to go into this journey. Number two, it's going to be easier for you to engage customers and to engage team members. Number three, it's going to be way easier for you to engage investors. Traction wins. And if you are in the lab and you're not getting out to generate traction, then there is no traction. Turns out that the most important behavior of successful startup CEO is never give up. That's it. And so never give up, no matter what happens. You might die, but don't give up. And always be valuable. Your journey is about value creation. If you create value, you will be successful. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Yuri, for those amazing words. I think every startup in this room can definitely take something from that book. Now, let's shift our focus to the startups that left an impression on us in the semifinals. Each of the teams will have 1 minute to present their ideas, and we're going to be lenient with the time, so that's why we call them lightning rounds. Now, presenting to you our first startup, Athlete X, who are flipping the scouting game by letting footballers make the first move. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Will another pitch bite the dust? Will another pitch bite the dust?
Good afternoon. Imagine dedicating your life to football. Imagine all the sacrifices and still never being seen. That's not rare. It's the story of millions worldwide. Less than 1% of academy players go pro. Yet clubs spend over 300 million each year to find new talent, relying on outdated methods that don't bring results. We're two co-founders, Philip and Boris, who live this reality. Not because we weren't good enough, but because we didn't have the visibility. That's why we built Atlex. Atlex is a digital scouting platform that connects verified talent to clubs using smart matching, AI analysis, and gamification to cut scouting costs and give every deserving player a fair shot. We've already built our draft MVP. We've got more than 100 players in the pipeline, and we're in talks with 10 clubs. We're starting in Spain with a 3.5 million market opportunity, but our eyes are on the 280 million underserved market. Because scouting shouldn't be about luck or connections. It should be about talent. And Atlex is here to make this happen. Join us redefine football scouting. Thank you.
All right, that was great, that was great. Now, let's move on to our next startup. We have Luco. They're connecting growing small enterprises and medium-sized enterprises with the providers they need to move forward. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Well, I'd like to know who here has ever started their own business. Well, yeah, I know. As an entrepreneur myself, I've always struggled with the thing of getting new customers without paid ads. And I've met a lot of small businesses that have done the exact same problem. They just don't know how to grow organically. That is why we created Luco. It's a digital platform where small businesses can grow, leveraging each other's customers through QR-powered experiences. Now think of it as the fever of small businesses, but community-driven. With 99.8% of businesses in Spain that are small and medium, and the experience economy growing at 10% per year, we have a serviceable market of 300 million euros. Now, if that's not great, I don't know what it is. Come with us and unlock the new stage of unlocking new growth of business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luco. That was great. Now, startups need talent, and students need opportunity. Our next startup, Ignite, makes the match with a little AI magic. Please give them a round of applause.
I've applied to 100 internships. 98 ghosted me, and 2 of them rejected me. Man, the market is tough.
Let's have a look at some CVs, shall we? Hard worker, hard worker. Hard worker. Why are all CVs the same?
We believe the way hiring is made is broken. But what if we told you that we flipped the process? Welcome to Ignite. At Ignite, we are a challenge-based hiring platform that connects the students with the startups. But what's our secret sauce?
A startup gets to pose real problems that they need help with, and students get to solve them. We're also built for Gen Z, fast, visual, and gamified, with tokens, rankings, and perks. And of course, even if no one gets hired, everyone wins because the startup gets to walk away with fresh ideas, and students get to build their portfolio. Students, startups, investors, join us and ignite the revolution of hiring. Thank you.
Now, some of the best trips are the ones you didn't see coming, literally. Let's see how Fuga is turning the thrill of surprise into your next favorite getaway.
Have you ever been able to plan an amazing weekend to a new place without feeling stressed or using so much time or many times so overwhelmed? It's really complicated. That's why we usually go to the same places over and over again. But that's the magic about Fuga. Fuga is a surprise travel platform that, thanks to its hybrid recommendation algorithm, it matches your preference, what you love, to your perfect destination here in Spain. We handle everything from the logistics to every single detail, so you just go and enjoy. We also support sustainable tourism and boost local economy, going to lesser-known destinations. We have done 5 pivot trips with more than 20 people and 1,100 on revenue. So, are you ready to join our next destination? Check us out.
Thank you, Fuga. Now, creators share amazing content, but they often don't get paid for it. Now, our next startup, All-In, uses AI to make this a reality.
$600 million. That's how much is lost every single year. But how is this even possible? Well, thousands of people download free ebooks, guides, and PDFs from their favorite social media content creators. Yet these creators don't make any money. Just like YouTube found a way to monetize their videos, just like Google found a way to monetize their blogs, we, All-In, have figured out a way to grasp this $600 million by introducing and adding non-intrusive, relevant ads into your downloadable content. Just as easy. With All-In, you can create your downloadable content as well as a whole landing page. In 5 minutes, you'll be able to create with AI, you'll be able to share your content, you'll be able to grow it, but you'll definitely monetize it. We already have around 2 million people waiting to be monetized. Just remember, we'll earn when our creators earn.
Thank you, All-In. The unrealized profits in the coffee harvesting industry are huge, and Opticrop uses AI to improve the productivity of farmers. Let's welcome them on stage.
Thanks. So I'm sure at least half of you here enjoy your coffee as much as I do. But How can you have the best coffee every single time? This is a picture of a coffee tree in my city in Colombia. And these are the price differences, the little red tones variation cause. Even for experienced farmers, it's hard to always tell them apart, which translates to 7.2 billion of unrealized profits per year. We are solving this by using the world's first AI computer vision model that detects coffee ripeness in real time, ensuring farmers can maximize their profit and select the best beans. Using a cross-platform SaaS subscription model, we estimate that the total addressable market for our solution is over $1 billion USD, since we can scale this to other crops such as cacao, grapes, olives, and many more. What's next for us? Right now, we're looking for funding to improve our product and start building a solid customer base. So please join us for a nice cup of specialty coffee and help make OptiCrop a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Job hunting is broken right now, but Joblio aims to fix it with a smarter, faster way to land your next role. So welcome them on stage.
Did you know it takes 30+ minutes to complete one job application? Hi, I'm Antonio, the founder of Joblio. We're a smart job board where you can look at hundreds of job applications from all over the world and use AI tools to help you apply faster, smarter, and track all your applications in one place. So how do we help you apply faster? Well, we have a Chrome extension that will activate whenever you're in any job application across Google and fill it in with your personal information with a single click of one button. But we don't stop there. We also have a feature called Auto Apply, which will fully automate the application process. So how do we help you apply smarter? Well, we have a resume and cover letter builder and optimizer. Let's not forget tracking. After doing hundreds of applications within our job board, we'll track them all in a dashboard. So we cover the whole application process, from helping you find a job to doing the application and tracking it, truly an all-in-one platform. And the market for a product like this is 540 million. We're confident we can take a piece of the cake because no one does what we do. AI is not the future, it's the present, and at Joblio, we're using it to help you get hired sooner. Thank you.
All right, now let's introduce our next startup, Meshe Reach. They're helping restaurants turn last-minute cancellations into last-minute guests, cutting food waste and giving food lovers a great experience. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Hi, I'm Shuka, CEO of Meshe Reach. I went to 400 restaurants last year. Yes, I did. And I identified a problem that they are still losing a huge amount of revenue by no-shows and last-minute cancellation. Do you want to know how big the problem is in Spain alone? It's 18 billion euros. That's huge. But meanwhile, there are a group of people like myself, foodies, they're dying to get those tables. So we created a market platform that creates foodies and last-minute cancellation of fine dining restaurants. We've successfully registered 4 restaurants and 32 foodies, created 5 bookings, and contributed 1,400 euros. And then we are hoping to get 400 restaurants in Madrid on board and expecting to generate a revenue of 3.5 million in 5 years. Join us and get great invitation from restaurants. Thank you.
That was great. I really like that one. Now, Voomba Online is our next startup. They are turning WhatsApp into a mini math tutor, delivering learning experience to grade 4 learners in South Africa. Let's welcome them on stage.
According to TIMSS, which is the international standards of mathematics, 81% of grade 4 learners in South Africa, they failed basic mathematics. And this is largely due to teachers having too much work and not being able to give attention to kids. What happens is that parents are usually not able to help the learners due to the fact that, one, the language barrier that they actually, during apartheid, they actually learned through Afrikaans, and now learners learn through English. So parents are able to help. Therefore, learners don't get feedback that they need at home when they do their homework. So what we have done at Vumba is to create an AI-based WhatsApp chatbot that allows learners to actually do their homework. What happens is that the learner gets an interactive WhatsApp assessment that they go through, and the teacher gets actionable insights that actually allows them to know what to actually focus on the next class. This allows, one, for learners to improve and for teachers to actually have real-time feedback. The parents are also engaged through getting progress updates on how the learner is doing, which currently they are not able to do so. What we have done so far is that we have 100K euros from South Africa through the E-Squared investment that they've actually given to us to actually build this problem. Secondly, we are planning to pilot with 2 schools in Q5 in 2025. Given the... Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yumba. Now, I have the honor of introducing on stage Yuri Levin, co-founder of Waze, and Michael Baum, founder of the Yope Foundation. Our panel, behind the scenes of building $1 billion ventures, will be moderated by Paris de la Troise. So please welcome them on stage with a huge round of applause.
All right. I'm sitting next to a couple of unicorn founders. 3 unicorns amongst the 3 of you? 2 of you? Probably, yeah. All right, we're going to talk today. I mean, the theme of this Venture Day is from high school to unicorns. And I know that both of you have had quite a bit of experience with young people, and in particular you, Michael. And so I want to start off by asking, if we look at the journey of a high school student to make it eventually to a unicorn, hopefully. Let's start from the very beginning. Do you think that you can teach someone to become an entrepreneur, or entrepreneurs born? We'll start with you, Michael.
I'm convinced at some point we'll find the DNA sequence for entrepreneurs. I think it's absolutely something that people are born with. Entrepreneurs are creative types. They have an itch to scratch. They often manifest that in the form of problems and solutions, as Yuri was talking about earlier. It took me until I was well into my 40s to realize that it's okay to be this way. I used to think I was kind of a weirdo, like why I couldn't implement somebody else's creative process. I always had to be the driver in the creative process. So no, I think it's very much something that you're born with. I think you can learn to be a better founder, a better entrepreneur, but I do believe people are kind of wired this way, to want to make change.
Okay, Yuri?
So, I started Waze when I was 42 years old, right? So I didn't start that immediately after high school. Perhaps
42.
42, yeah. Okay. But look, entrepreneurs have different attitudes towards risk. They're usually troublemakers, right? So they are the ones that are being kicked off school, and they are the ones that always get punished and so forth. And so the attitude towards risk is different. The fear of failure is way lower. That is actually something that can be taught, right? By the parents, not by the school, by the parents.
Yeah, so I was going to say...
If you have children here, encourage your children to fail.
I was going to say, doesn't your upbringing also play a factor here in terms of, I mean, if you look at immigrants sometimes, refugees,
they are by definition entrepreneurs.
Exactly. They embrace, when they see uncertainty, they see opportunity because they've been forced that way. They've been conditioned that way, either because of the country that they live in or the cultural, or the way the parents just brought them up, You take the United States, for example. If you took the top 10 Hispanic, Spanish-speaking executives, 8 out of 10 of those are Cuban. And you might think, why would that happen? Because, there's a lot more Mexicans and other Hispanics. But it's because that generation that came to the U.S. came, leaving everything behind, and they had a mindset. So back to you, Michael, that mindset, can one develop that mindset without having been part of the DNA?
I think there has to be the germ of a seed there. I think it can certainly be nurtured, but look, successful founders, they're curious, right? They're always asking why. And I can remember I have two twin boys, and they were born like 90 minutes apart because we had a little bit of trouble getting the second one out, which is older brother always reminds him of. I was waiting for you and waiting for you. But I could tell from the moment they were sitting there swaddled up in the operating room what their personalities were. And they're 24 now, and it hasn't changed. So I don't know, from my own experience, I'm a big believer in nature. I think nurture can have some impact, but I believe you've got to have the seed there in order to germinate it.
So it's a way bigger impact, right? At the end of the day, the difference is not whether or not someone will become an entrepreneur, but whether or not they're going to be successful entrepreneur. And the learning is going to make significant impact.
So if we follow the 12 rules, we have a chance of being successful?
That is going to be a very, very, very good starting point, right?
Okay. All right, let's take it to the next step. Now we're beyond how you're born. You're in school, okay? And we have a lot of BBAs here. Increasingly, IE started as a master's school. We got into the undergrads about 5 or 6 years ago. And so increasingly, we're seeing more of the undergrads being part of Venture Lab. And we expect that to be bigger and bigger in the future. What do you say to a student in school who's an undergrad and has an idea, like some of these pitches we saw today, and says, should I quit school and follow my dream? If I have an investor that's showing me a $100,000 check, should I walk away or should I wait till I finish my degree? What do you think, Uri?
So, quit school.
Quit school. All right. Is this recorded?
If you're able...
I've been warned about this, I've been warned not to get students to leave, a tuition-paying school.
It's okay. I'm going to violently disagree. So.
All right.
So if you really look at the
Michael, what do you think?
companies.
What do you think, Michael?
Look, we're in our 13th year, and after I left my last company, Splunk, I started this foundation to support student entrepreneurs. We do only deep tech stuff. We do stuff across the African continent, European continent, US continent. We've done about 140 projects over that time with about 700 founders coming through YOP. And training them to be what we call venture athletes. We could talk about that later. But I do believe that people in their 20s, early 30s are kind of at the height of their creative, intellectual, risk-taking, capabilities, the highest point in their life. So I think it's a great time for them to step out and to be a founder. I think, however, that when you're in school, it is such a formative time for relationships, social interactions, fundamental, learnings. You've got your whole life to go, start a company. You don't have to do it when you're 21. If you do it when you're 24, it's not going to matter a whole lot. I'm also kind of a big believer in start things and finish them. So we actually don't work with students that drop out of school. We only work with people who are graduating or who have been out of school up to 24 months. But back to your question about undergraduates, I love this because we have seen in our population much more successful ventures, both in terms of impact and financial outcomes, with undergraduates than we have with master's students and PhDs across the board. And I ask myself all the time, why is this, why is this, why is this? And I think they're just fearless. They just go for it, and they operate at a speed that the PhDs we work with, struggle to keep up with.
Yeah. All right, so you can see we have two different views here, which is really good, right? Now let's get back to,
We just met, by the way, for the first time.
Beyond the undergraduate. So now students graduate. Do you think, they don't have an idea yet, but they come to me a lot and they say, should I think about becoming an entrepreneur after working in a corporate job for a few years. Do you think working in a corporate job is of any help to someone who really feels passionate about becoming an entrepreneur in the future?
Look, the day that you finish school is the best period in your life to start a startup because you actually have nothing to lose. You don't have a job, you usually don't have a family yet, you have so little to lose that this is an amazing opportunity to actually go into this journey. Now, whatever you're going to do at a corporate, if you're going to start your own startup or go to a corporate, a year later, the learning that you have accumulated building your own startup is going to be so much higher and bigger and more relevant for the rest of your life than doing anything else. So start as soon as you can, right? As soon as you have nothing to lose, that is actually the best time to start.
I would agree with that 100%.
Well, finally, we are agreeing on something.
I would add one thing, though, back to your point of, we get approached by a lot of young, creative, innovative types who think they want to be an entrepreneur, but they don't really have an idea. My one superpower I would say I see in successful founders is they have purpose. They have something they feel very purposeful about. We used to tell young people, find your passion, find your passion, find your passion. Like, this is hard, this is stressful. This is, like, I have tons of things I'm passionate about. I can't pick one, but purpose for me, it's more communal, right? Like, I can get behind a purpose and join other people in a purpose. So if you're saying, well, I want to go out and I want to start a company, but I don't really know what I feel purposeful about yet, put yourself in a situation, whether it's a corporate job or some other environment, where you might experiment with different things and interact with different people and maybe find something that feels very purposeful to you. Because if you don't have that purpose, right? I was glad for your purpose on my way over here because my Uber driver was blocked by 3 buses and jumped on Waze and got me to my previous talk only 10 minutes late, so thank you. You had purpose around solving that problem, right? That's what you need just to say, I want to start a company. You've got to find that purpose, right?
All right, which brings me to the next question. A lot of students, they don't get into entrepreneurship necessarily for purpose. And so now put on your investor hat. You're asking a student has a great idea, and you're asking, why are you doing this? And they tell you, it's the money. How do you deal with that?
I think my organization and the places I hang out and the people that we interact with, those sort of get filtered out at the top, and I don't see too many of them because we're all about impact. I think there are so many problems, and I'm so thankful that so many young people are purposeful about solving these problems, right? There's another reason why I think, as you were saying, your young people are so ready to be founders of companies because most of them really care more than my generation does about fixing all the messed up stuff in the world. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question to because we really focus on the impact story, and most of the innovators that I see, again, because we focus on deeper tech stuff, they tend to really care about solving important problems. So I see a pretty strong correlation, and we see fewer and fewer kind of consumer internet things, mobile app things, than we saw, say, 5 years ago.
Do you think that trend is increasing in terms of impactful investment?
I see it increasing in spades. This time every year between like January and the end of April, I'm crisscrossing with my 7 other partners in the foundation, the 3 geographies we work in, and just meeting. Like today I heard, 10 pitches from teams at IE. I was in Copenhagen at TU Denmark yesterday doing the same thing. And after a few months of doing this year, I see this incredible ratcheting up of energy around innovation, problem solving. Maybe it's Gen AI and how fast everything is changing and people feel very inspired about this. Maybe it's, the idiot we have in the White House that people all over the world feel like they want to be more personally empowered. I don't know, but it feels like there's this incredible ratcheting up of energy for solving important problems with innovation.
What about you, Uri? If a student said to you, have a great idea, you think it's a great idea, and he says to you, or she says to you, I'm only doing this for the money.
Then they should quit. They are not going to be successful. The money is not a strong enough drive to actually go through the hardship and the challenging journey. Right? The passion is. Falling in love with the problem definitely is, right? So if you have a mission, and your mission is to actually solve that problem or create this value, then this mission is you're going to harness more people to join your journey with this mission. And those people are the ones that are going to empower your fuel during the hardship of the journey not to give up. If this is just about money, you will give up.
I had an investor once that I was pitching to at Splunk. I think it was like our Series B round. And he asked me what my exit strategy was, right? This is like classic Silicon Valley, Sand Hill Road venture capitalist. I said, honestly, like, I don't have one. I'm in love with the problem I'm solving. Making life better for IT people is what we were doing. I don't see any end to the opportunity. The market is enormous. You know, what we're doing is so unique. And the guy didn't invest, right? The same guy's firm, right before we were going public, I sold like a tiny bit of my shares to exercise some options that I had before we went public. And the next week after buying a couple of my shares, put up on their website that they were an investor in our company, right? So it was like, it came all the way back around and said to me exactly what you're saying is, people who really believe that should be purpose behind ventures are the kinds of people you want to align yourself with in your funding strategy, with your co-founders, the kinds of early customers that you attract. And that's so powerful. Like this is why I think purpose is the superpower for founders.
Okay, there's a story I always like to tell my students. I had a student of mine who's actually here in the audience right now, who he did a startup. He found some Israeli investors to invest in that startup. He, over 2 years, lost all the money. The startup didn't work out. And he started another startup. And he went back to the same investors. And they invested in him. And a lot of students have a problem with that. They don't understand how, why.
Look, that's really simple, right? If you go on the journey with someone, you know, right? You simply know. You know if they are made from the right material that will not give up, that will keep on trying, that will build the strong team, that will execute well. And at the end of the day, not all the startups are going to be successful. Actually, most of them are not, right? Unfortunately. Yeah. And so there are, startups that I started with other team members, and I was, investing I was the investor, and the startup did not end well, and I will invest again at the same team because I believe in the team. I believe in their ability to execute. I believe in their ability to become successful.
So investors can fall in love with the team.
Absolutely. In general, I would say, look, after a journey, then between entrepreneurs and investors, there are only two types of relationship. They either love each other or they hate each other. There is nothing in between.
I never thought about that, but I think you're right.
But that's the reality, right?
Michael, you must fall in love with a lot of these entrepreneurs, right? Because they have this, they're so idealistic. They want to solve a real problem that you can relate to.
Yeah, I mean, I tell my wife it's the closest legal form of vampirism I can experience, right? Being around young people who are so creative and innovative and smart, and
that's why we're teaching here at IE.
Yeah, exactly. But when you meet people like this, and the weird thing is, I notice they come in pairs. Like oddly, I've had this experience, but we have a couple of pairs of founders over the years who are just these amazing young technical people that end up running their companies, for a decade or longer, and still the CEO, still the CTO, right? Managing hundreds, or in two cases, I can think of thousands of people. And I just marvel at how they go from being these nerds who were, developing the hardware and the software for satellite systems to running a company that's doing $500 million in sales and growing at 67% a year. And they're the smartest people in the room still. And they're surrounded by Silicon Valley investors, and they're kind of schooling them in the board meetings. Like, wow, this is incredible.
All right, we got one last question because we're running out of time here. But we had a couple of years ago, Sam Altman was sitting here and talking about ChatGPT and OpenAI. And 3 times he said to our students, in the future, you will see unicorns of one, where it'll be one entrepreneur and the rest is going to be generative AI running the company. How do you see generative AI today for students? Do you think it's a threat to our creativity, to our critical thinking going forward? Do you think it's something that's going to help our students? Do our students need to work with it a certain way? And what do you think the role is of generative AI in entrepreneurship?
So during the last month or so, I met about 40 teams from the Venture Lab. And some of them were, law students, right? So they never saw a computer in front of them in their lifetime, right? And they were able to build a complete prototype, running prototype, based on AI, right? So this is definitely going to improve and empower productivity. And whether or not we're going to see a unicorn of one, probably yes. Probably yes. The creativity will still be of that particular one. But the ability to use the AI tools to increase productivity dramatically, look, all of my software engineers in all of my startups, they are using AI to improve productivity. They are using AI to improve productivity. If you don't, then you stay behind.
So you should embrace it. What do you think, Michael?
Definitely, yes.
Look, I don't know, Yuri and I, about the same age. We've been around long enough to see many different technology windows open and close and come and go. And I think generative AI is very inspiring from a capability standpoint, but every one of these technologies just ups the game, right? So yeah, generative AI is here, but now everybody that starts using generative AI productively expects that, one, everyone else is using it, right? 2, that everything they use is going to be this productive and this enhancing to their own productivity. So it ups the stakes, right, continually. So from that standpoint, I think it's not unlike other technologies, waves that we've experienced. It's a lot faster, right? And that's one of the exciting but also scary things, is that the rate of change is like nothing we've ever seen before. It's sucking resources from the planet and from many other fields faster than anything we've ever seen before. So I think it's exciting, but it also ups the ante. Yeah. To the unicorn of one, like, bullshit, right? Companies are about people, they're not about technology. I think there's this really weird, and I can say this because I've lived in Silicon Valley for almost 40 years as a software engineer. There's this really weird, spastic kind of universe around Y Combinator, companies like OpenAI, where software developers think the whole world is about software developers, right? And every company is about serving software developers. And from a software engineering standpoint, it's kind of interesting, but when I get out in the real world and I see the big opportunities, I just look at our companies that have done really, really well, and there's this formula of connecting like the analog world to the digital world, and all of these spaces that have yet to experience digitization, right? This requires people, right? It requires teams. It requires company building. And I don't really see that getting automated by a generative AI running a billion-dollar company by itself.
All right, well, you've heard a lot of different views here. We do have one thing in common, the three of us. We don't dye our hair. There's a lot to be said for that, right, guys?
We don't dye our hair.
That's right.
Yeah,
Let's give them a big hand, please.
That's pretty evident, right?
A big thank you to Michael Baum, Yuri Levine, and Paris de la Trace for that inspiring chat. What a powerful reminder of where bold ideas can take you, right? Now, let's keep that energy going for our next startups, who are going to perform now their 1-minute pitch. Opening this round is Il Puro. Finding good produce at a fair price is tough, especially when you're running a busy kitchen. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Frozen is the new fresh. Did you know that in Spain are opening 3,000 new restaurants each year, and 1 out of 5 shut down? Exactly, 1 out of 5 shut down. We are Il Puro, Emanuele and Zoe, and we are revolutionizing the HoReCa industry. The main problem, high-end restaurants are struggling delivering quality, seasonal ingredients, short shelf life, and operational inefficiency. The main reason, high labor cost. 95% of the dish are made with fruit and vegetables, where 70% of the time is spent in prep work. For this, we create Il Puro, a frozen pure reduction on fruit and vegetables. We are able to cut in 90% of the prep work and 30% of the cost. We are already trusted by a Michelin star chef. We expected to reach a revenue of 2 million euro in the next 2 years with a market share of 15 millions. Frozen is the new fresh.
Thank you, Puro. That was great. Now, we all talk about finding balance, but actually living it, that's where our next startup comes in. Let's welcome Grupo Sentir.
12 million people. That's how many will suffer from a mental illness during their lifespan, only in Spain. It's 1 out of every 4 of us here today. And that's why we decided to do something about it. Hello, I'm Diego, and we're Grupo Sentir, Madrid's fastest growing wellness community. Through curated events like hiking, yoga, and meditation, we help people disconnect from their everyday struggles and connect with what truly matters, themselves. Today, over 1,500 people have attended our events. We've grown 435% since last year and have a revenue of over 20K. With partners like Colombia and Lululemon and a thriving community of over 4,000 people, we're not just creating a company, we're redefining the future of wellness. If you want to join a movement that is booming, we invite you to be a part of something bigger. Thank you.
All right, that was Grupo Sentir. I've personally been on some of their hikes. They're really good. All right, now let's introduce Ome Wellness. They're helping employees build healthier eating habits by allowing them meal tracking, gamified challenges, and real rewards that actually help you stick to your diet. Let's see them.
Burnout is costing companies over 37 billion euros each year, and the current wellness solutions on the market just aren't cutting it. Ome Wellness is different because it focuses on the root of our mood, our nutrition, and our energy, food. Ome helps people with better eating habits by having painless meal tracking, personalized recommendations and encouragements, and the fun part, gamified wellness challenges. And as they make progress, they earn real rewards from companies like Honest Greens, Glovo, and many more. Ome is easy, it's engaging, and most importantly, it's intended for long-term impact. For the corporations, Ome is able to help drive culture, have stronger engagement and productivity in the company, as well as have strong ROI. Because when you eat better, you feel better, and you can show up stronger, sharper, and more productive and energized each day. Eat with intention, perform with impact. That's Omi Wellness.
1, 2, 3,
For our next startup, we have something a little bit different, a video pitch. Let me tell you a little bit about Ecotori, though. Ecotori doesn't allow water to depend on luck or location. They give engineers the tools they need in order to design reliable systems where clean water is the hardest to reach. Let's welcome this video pitch.
My name is Álvaro Ruiz, and I'm the founder and CEO of Ecotori, an engineering consulting startup based in Miami, Florida. After 3 years in business, we have identified a big gap in the certification sector for sustainable construction materials. Currently, the certification process is manual, being costly and time-consuming, and creating big market entry barriers for sustainable construction practices. Therefore, at Ecotori, we are developing the Ecotori SaaS, which will reduce the certification process from 5 to 1.5 months and the cost by 60%. With that, we are aiming to tackle 5% of the serviceable market of $370 million in the first 3 years. In order to do so, we are seeking funds to develop the platform and penetrate the market. So please join us and help us make the construction industry more sustainable and efficient. Thank you.
All right, now up next we have Spec Savvy. This is the AI that actually helps you understand technical diagrams. That way, engineers spend less time searching and have more time just building. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, big round of applause. You got this. Good job.
Hi, everyone. So engineers spend 25% of their working time searching and understanding technical documentation. It's so bad that 80% of these engineers actually make notes on the documentation that was meant to help them in the first place. So we at SpecSavvy want to do is provide a way or a platform for these engineers to be able to find a sustainable way to understand these documentations at scale. And we do so by providing them with a fine-tuned LLM specific for the engineering industry that will not only be able to decode these complex diagrams, but understand the relationships between these different documents, unlike our competitors like ChatGPT. And we're a good team for this because not only have we experienced this problem for ourselves as engineers, but we've already worked in a year together on a previous idea we've done, so we've shipped products in the past. Thank you, everyone. This is Spec Savvy, and we want to empower engineers to do less searching and more building.
Thank you. You for sure know someone who has received a wrong knee diagnosis. Knee injury diagnosis. And Deep Scans has the magic solution. So please welcome them on stage.
What was your dream when you were younger? Mine was to become a professional basketball player. At 15, I left Bulgaria and I moved to Italy to play professionally. During that time, I played for 4 years and I was also part of the national team of Bulgaria. Until one knee injury changed my career. I was misdiagnosed in 2 different countries, and by the time they figured it out, my career was over. Turns out, I'm not alone. 84% of knee injuries are getting misdiagnosed, and that costs 30 billion euros to the healthcare clinics. Our solution? Deep Scans. Deep Scans, it's an AI-powered tool that diagnoses knee injuries from MRI scans, and we are planning to do pilot programs with clinics. Deep Scans was built from a personal story, but we're going to change a universal problem. Thank you for your attention. You can scan the QR code behind me.
Thank you. Cash flows might seem difficult to manage for small entrepreneurs. However, Quora makes it simple. So please welcome them on stage with a big round of applause.
82% of SMEs that failed because of cash mismanagement. We're a team of 4 co-founders, and together we have won the MBA Startup Lab, reached the finals of Road to Start Summit, and we're about to close our first financing round of $200,000. But it's not about competitions, it's about fixing a broken system. We are Quora, the first financial agentic software for SMEs back in Latam. Our solution not only shows your finances, it also recommends, analyzes, predicts, and even acts by itself. We already have 1 paying customers, 2 MVPs ongoing, and 3 partnerships with fintechs that are helping scale. It's a $8.1 billion opportunity in a market in which there is a $1.2 trillion financing gap for SMEs. We are raising money because we want to accomplish this vision, and we're opening the doors to those who want to share this ambition with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next startup gives coffee a second shot. And please welcome on stage Coffee Loop.
Hi everyone, I have a thought for you. What if coffee grounds could be the future of your clean beauty industry? Every year, 12 billion kilos of coffee grounds are wasted and dumped into landfills. On the other hand, skincare brands are struggling with high revenue costs and sustainable regulations. That's where we found a €1 billion opportunity. I'm Chaurik Hira, and together with my co-founders Alex, Anna, and Gabi, we co-founded Coffee Loop, where we repurpose coffee grounds to extract high-purity coffee oil, sell it to skincare brands. And the best part is the residue is converted into some amazing things like this pad and this tool that you see here. A great shout out to Lopuli as our partners for this. We started in our kitchen with a small DIY process, but we want to move into industry now. And for that, we're raising €200,000 to scale the operations. So if you're interested to learn about Coffee Loop, talk about circularity, or have the check ready to invest in us, I invite you to scan the QR code, have access to our pitch deck, and we would love to meet you if you spot these T-shirts outside in the networking cocktail. Shall we build together a new shot to coffee? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coffee Loop. Now, as we all know, making decisions about purchases has never been easy. But our next startup, Bond, has found the key to a better buyer and supplier connection.
Now this old heart has been around. It's been long.
Thank you. The name is Bond, procurement agent Bond. All right, tough crowd. So procurement is serious business, so jokes aside. Oh my God, I got such a great reaction, I forgot. Bond is an end-to-end procurement as a service solution for small businesses. Currently, businesses face a lot of issues. They spend over 10 hours a week trying to find these suppliers, trying to negotiate, and in the end, they don't get the best deal because they don't have the buying power, and they have to, and they just get tired. So we want to change that. At Bond, they just have to fill in a form. Our AI scars the internet to find the best suppliers. Once we find these suppliers, we go and our AI contacts them to ask them to be a part of an auction. In this auction, they win because they submit their best prices, their lowest prices. And once they get the deal, we can go ahead with the transaction. Bond is a complete procurement solution for your business. Thank you.
Now this old heart has been around.
Thank you, Bond. Now, we feel that group payments are usually a mess. But our next startup is here to clean it up. Meet OnePool, making expense sharing as easy as sending a link.
It's been long, and it's been down.
A few months ago, my friends and I were planning to go to Formentera. We found a perfect place next to the beach. Dates lined up. Everything was set. But when it came time to book, no one wanted to pay big tickets up front. We tried to organize, but in the end, we didn't go. The trip just fell apart. Turns out this is more common than we can imagine. Some online businesses will lose up to 22% of their customers due to this situation, simply because there is no easy way for groups to pay together. Good evening, I'm Giovanni Bertolo, co-founder of OnePool. We're building a solution for businesses so they can offer and handle group payments at their checkout effortlessly. We're building our MVP right now, and we have validated and seen a strong interest from some of the biggest players in the travel and ticketing industries here in Spain. The time is now, and we're moving fast. Join us, and let's change the way groups are paying. Thank you.
It's been long, till it's half shot, but it's still the only heart that I've got.
Thank you. For our last startup of this round, Nara Plus, which is working on improving clinical trials. Welcome.
Think about the last time that you took a medicine. Behind that process are billions of dollars of investments and years of research. But there's a massive problem. I'm Alex, one of the co-founders of Nara Plus, an AI-powered platform that helps phase 1 clinical research organizations streamline their processes. Phase 1 is the critical step where the drug meets the human, but the process is broken. Human error, compliance issues fuel a 75% failure rate of phase 1 clinical trials, stopping these life-saving treatments getting to the people who need them most. That is why we came up with Nara Plus. Nara Plus is an AI-powered platform that helps streamline research for CROs, provides data organization, and utilizes AI, LLM, RAG technology to get the information to the people who need it most. This saves CROs time, money, but also errors that could cost lives. We are here seeking mentors and partners to help join us on this journey. We've developed our MVP and are now planning to launch pilots by the end of the year. If you want to help save lives, please come talk to us after the pitch. Thank you very much, guys.
Now, I'm super excited for the next installment of today's Venture Day. For the next part, we'll have 2 startups from IE Global College, Suma and A Hand to Hold, pitching their ideas. Then, we'll have a short panel with the startup speakers and Mario Gazitua, a first-year BBA student, moderated by Jamie Clark, Associate Director at the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at IE. But first, we'd like to welcome up on stage to do the introduction Jaime Conde from the IE Global College. Let's welcome him on the stage.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you for having us. We are the Global College. We are part of IE. We are a high school. And we've been running for 3 years now. And since the very beginning, we bet a lot on entrepreneurship. So we've been running an entrepreneurship project with the help and leadership of Alison Rowe. Alison, you know where you are? Yes. Hey there. And I'm happy to say that, and these guys are living proof that we are doing a really good job. So here, I want you guys to bear in mind 2 things. These guys are more than 1 year away from university, and 2, they sacrifice part of their break, their holiday, to be here. So strong is their entrepreneurial drive. So first we're going to welcome Suma, and then A Hand to Hold. Please give a warm welcome to Nico.
Sound.
What's your name? Maria Luisa. And my name is Clara. Hi, I'm Evarisa Belia. Where are you from? I'm originally from Hong Kong, but I grew up in Toronto, Canada. The UK and Italy. I'm from Brazil. I'm from Croatia.
What university do you go to?
Durham University. I go to university in Switzerland, Lyon. The Autónoma in Madrid.
And what are you studying?
I study hospitality, modern languages and literature. Liberal arts.
What was your biggest struggle while studying abroad?
One of my biggest struggles was making new friends. It's a new environment for me. Probably the visas and the bureaucracy of Spain. The public transport. And did your university help you? No, not at all. It was difficult. They don't really care what you do at school. No, not really.
So, after watching this, do you think that these experiences are isolated? These students only highlighted one of the main problems they suffer every day. We all know that universities try to help, but online resources are scattered, orientation sessions are rushed, and support systems aren't built for real-time, personalized help. Over 200,000 students come into Spain every year to study. 70% face social isolation, and 1 in 2 foreigners say that they feel out of place when they move to a new country. And right now, there's no real solution that truly helps them all. That's where Summa comes in. With Summa, students now have step-by-step guidance on banking, visas, and bureaucracy, access to student events to make friends faster, and get real-time support for legal aid and language barriers. As you can see, the app is built in an easy and practical way. It covers the 6 main needs of an international student. Summa isn't just an app. It's a one-stop platform that makes moving abroad seamless, simple, and social. We partnered directly with universities in order to ensure that students have access to Summa since day one, thus increasing engagement and reducing dropout rates. We're starting small, but scaling fast. We will start at the Global College, our school. This is not our main market, but it's our entry point. From there, we will refine our app and bring a better version towards you, our market, universities like IE or Bocconi, with high international student populations. And you may be wondering, well, why us? Because we've been in the shoes of the students we are trying to help. My team is composed of 4 immigrants that came into Spain this year, from Brazil, Argentina, US, and Italy. And they all bring different perspectives into this app. And they all feel frustrated when they couldn't open a bank account, struggle with their visas, or even adapted to a culture that wasn't really their own. Together with the Spanish roots of our team, we're going to bridge the gap between locals and new arrivals. Summa is, and we're starting now. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Nico. That was brilliant. Coming up is a hand to hold. Now, Cayetana and Andrea.
Suerte, chicas.
Yes, coming up is a hand to hold. Andrea and Cayetana are going to talk to you guys about a very serious problem, such as eating disorders. But their project is not just targeting the daughters, it's targeting the parents. Please give a warm welcome to a hand to hold.
If my mom knew about this, I wouldn't have been in risk of dying. Those were the words of my best friend 3 years ago.
I was 8 years old when I first learned about thigh gaps.
I was 11 when I first looked at the calories of my bag of chips.
I was 14 when I skipped my first meal.
Now, we're all 17,
and we can all admit we've seen the mirror as our main enemy at least once.
Every 52 minutes, a person dies due to an unhealthy relationship with food. Our main focus for this project was eating disorders. However, instead of targeting our product to teenagers who already suffer from these, we decided to target what we think is one of the main roots of the problem: parents, more specifically, their lack of understanding, and sometimes even ignorance.
We thought of prevention rather than intervention. Eating disorders are a growing concern, especially among young teenage girls from ages 12 to 19. Research shows that parents' words, attitudes, and behaviors strongly influence a teenager's relationship with their food. That's why we created our platform, A Hand to Hold. A Hand to Hold is designed to help parents understand eating disorders in the 21st century. We want to prevent future struggles by providing early detection education, by providing educational videos, exercises, and overall information about what eating disorders are like, their causes, consequences, and how they can sometimes appear invisible.
Within our platform, this will include having testimonies from parents who have gone through this experience with their sons or daughters, as well as testimonies from teenage girls highlighting the importance of parental support throughout this fight.
Moreover, A Hand to Hold will be in contact with external healthcare professionals such as dietitians and therapists who will provide external guidance and referrals to make first-hand knowledge more accessible for parents.
We want you to bear in mind that we do not wish to act as doctors. We know that we can't diagnose any type of mental health problem or eating disorders, but what we do wish to do is create an understanding parental community which we can help educate to make them aware of the problems that have become more prevalent in the 21st century, for example, with the increased use of social media.
We will foster a supportive peer-to-peer community where parents feel encouraged to share their own personal experiences and find solidarity. This will be done through family workshops where family communication skills will be implemented.
When talking about revenue models, we won't charge you for the life of your daughter. We plan to make this platform accessible to all parents, regardless of their economic background. We want to ensure continuity through donations, sponsorships, or partnerships, which we will talk about later on. All of these features have been carefully designed to meet our target audience needs. And now we will talk to you about some of our potential customers.
Strategic partnerships are vital for this project because it helps us reach our target personas more easily. We talked to Barry Cooper, the principal at the Global College, and after asking him some questions about our project, he concluded that school would be happy to introduce new communication skills and educations for parents to understand this issue. He also stated that school would offer us the support throughout this whole project, this making the Global College our first partnership.
Now I want you to meet Isabel Garcia. Isabel Garcia is also a student at the Global College, but she also founded Project 47. Isabel uses her own experience with anorexia to help teenage girls which are in a similar situation than her. When talking to her, we realized an important part of her story that was relevant to our platform. After being in and out of the hospital for 2 years, the doctors decided that she had to go on medication. However, her dad refused. He was in fear and didn't understand why his daughter was so ill that she needed medication. So he rejected the medication and moved from doctor and changed doctors for her daughter. Now, this highlights the purpose of our platform.
We also gather some parents' perspectives. Overall, teenage parents highlight the need for more clear and support information in regards to eating disorders in young teenage girls. Also, many of them claim that they feel alone in this process and how they would strongly value connecting with other families going through the same issue.
Overall, we found out that a platform offering parental guidance and a safe space for parents and professionals to communicate is seen as highly valuable. There is a need for a better solution to address this issue.
Why? Well, the short answer is we're both girls and we all experience some of this. But if you were to ask me more deeply, I would say that the quote I said at the beginning about my best friend, yes, she's currently one of my best friends. And 3 years ago, she was in and out of the hospital for about 2 months. She suffered from bulimia. Nowadays, 20% of her esophagus is burned, and she still has difficulty swallowing certain foods. When we saw the topics for entrepreneurship, we knew we wanted to do something in regards to eating disorders. And after asking her 2 simple questions, why, and what did you need at that moment for it to be different? She said, my parents. I needed my parents to understand.
We want to stop this. We need to stop this because we don't want to be the next ones, and we don't want your daughters to be the next ones.
Thank you, Zuma, and a hand to hold. Sorry for that. For these amazing presentations, they're high school students, and they did amazing. Congrats for that. As I mentioned before, I'm now inviting Mario Gazitua and Jamie Clark to have a conversation about entrepreneurship at high school and university. Please welcome them on the stage.
Hello.
Is this yours?
Hello. Hello, hello. Well, before we start this conversation, can we please just give another massive round of applause for these students that have done an incredible job. It's unbelievable. I had goosebumps. I don't know about you guys, but just congratulations. Cool. So, I mean, here we are at IE Venture Day. Being here, knowing that you'll be at potentially university if you choose to go down that path in the next 2 years. How does being here make you feel about going to university, and how have you found the day so far? And I'll start with you, Andrea.
Yeah, being surrounded by all these ambitious entrepreneurs, it's very impressive, and it makes my university path way more appealing. And seeing all these tangible, innovative ideas and hard work is something that I'm really looking forward to do in the future.
Super cool. And for you, Cayetano?
Well, similar as Andrea, I find this very exciting and has made me very excited for my future. And I have developed skills and capabilities that I didn't even know like I had. And learning from IE students and more people that have talked has really made me excited, yeah.
So we'll see you in the Venture Lab next year, in 2 years rather. And what about for you, Nicolas?
So I was actually scared when I first came here, but now I'm intrigued after seeing all the startups and the different ideas, and I'm really excited to go into university and keep developing my entrepreneurship skills, and I hope to, of course, keep doing something similar to as I did in the Global College.
Yeah, amazing. And we have here Mario. Mario, you're a first-year BBA student. You're also part of the Venture Lab, this cohort. And I wanted to ask you, how do you feel that entrepreneurship has been fostered at your first year of IE? Are there anything that maybe, you know, exceeded your expectations, or perhaps something that fell short?
Well, the entrepreneurship was the main reason that I entered IE, and you see it from the first day. I remember that day there was a workshop, and we had to come up with 7 startup ideas in 7 minutes and then pitch it. So from the very beginning, you see entrepreneurship. And the opportunities are there. There are infinite opportunities that you can take on. And the biggest one that I took is the Venture Lab. You have the classes from Paris. You can talk with people like Yuri. You have infinite more workshops that you can go, and the opportunities are there. You just have to take them.
7 startups in 7 minutes, you said?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I think I would like to see what those 7 startups are. It's quite ambitious. And staying with you, Mario, for a second. So, you know, we've got first year, sorry, I'm from Australia, so 11th year, grade 11, the primero bachillerato or whatever. What would you tell yourself if you were in their shoes 2 years ago? What have you learned in the last 2 years about entrepreneurship that you could have told your maybe 16-year-old self?
Well, I would say don't be afraid to fail. I missed thousands of opportunities to be afraid to try, and this year it changed. I decided to get in the Venture Lab at the very last moment in the deadline day, and I thought maybe I wasn't good enough to be there, but it proved to be wrong. I talked with lots of different people, with my team, my mentor, with Jamie, with Paris, with Yuri, and they helped with masters, with higher years people, and I learned a lot. And if you are not afraid to learn, you will eventually get there. And I think entrepreneurship is about getting in there, failing, and knowing how to get up.
I think he's taking notes, eh? Careful. And for you, Andrea, now just when we talk about entrepreneurship, and we talked, Yuri mentioned before about problem solving. What you've just showed us today is amazing. Is this the problem that you would like to solve as an entrepreneur, or are there other problems in the world that also interest you?
Yeah, I'm mostly driven to solve problems in regards to social well-being because I think it's the closest relationship that I have right now. So yeah, I would like to build up creative, accessible, and inclusive solutions that will reach the people that most need them.
I'm sure a lot of people could benefit from that.
Yeah.
And for you? Okay.
Well, we created this platform together, so my focus is similar as hers, and I think sometimes social well-being is often overlooked by a lot of businesses, or for example, a topic that has become increasingly popular is sustainability. That is like another topic that is often overlooked because sometimes it's not profitable, or the business focus is another aspect, but I think that's what I would like to focus on if I were to become an
Two social impact entrepreneurs. I think the world can definitely use both of you. And for you, Nicola?
Yeah, so I think Sumo was a great example of what do I want to do when I grow up. I really want to make life easier for immigrants because I know from my family, part of them are immigrants, and I know that it's really tough to adapt to a culture, and as I said, like go through bureaucracy. So yeah, Sumo is a great example, and I wish to make a change in immigrants' lives and make it easier for them.
Incredible, incredible. And my last question before we move on is, Nicholas, there's so many entrepreneurs around the world in this room. Is there one particular entrepreneur that you look up to today? A lot of people have Cristiano Ronaldo's photo, on their wall. But if you were to put up one poster in your room of an entrepreneur, who would it be?
I think, without a doubt, would be Yvon Chouinard, the creator of Patagonia. I think his mission is beautiful as he wants to create great clothing, also while helping the earth, which is really important. So yeah, that would be definitely my choice.
He's on my wall as well. And for you?
I would like, I look up to Blake McCosey, and I think that he is the example that economic models, well, he's the founder of Tom Shoes, and for every shoe that is purchased from his company, he donates one to someone in need. So I think he's an example of what I want to achieve, that I can combine an economic model to, well, improve social well-being and be successful.
For me personally, I would say Brad Jacobs. I really admire his intention that he has on leadership and how he gives a strong focus on the power of listening and empowering your own team. So I would go with Brad Jacobs.
This is going to be a very fun bedroom. It's very, very nice choices. And Mario, to finish off, who's the entrepreneur up on your wall?
Well, I'm going to say kind of a controversial one. I don't think I'll put him on my wall, but maybe Mark Zuckerberg. He recently changed completely his image, and I really like what he's doing with Meta. And I'm looking up to the new technologies that they are developing. Also, I'm interested in the augmented reality glasses that they are building, and I really look up to that technology.
Super cool. Team, if we could just give these guys another massive round of applause, because it's... It's amazing to have you here. Thank you so much for your pitches. Mario, thank you for being here. And I'm sure we'll see you in the Venture Lab, probably winning it in a couple of years, and we'll see you then. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. High school students, am I right? Like, I wasn't that ambitious in high school. So now we're going to have a 20-minute short break, and after those 20 minutes, exactly right on the dot, we will come back and you will get the first look at our finalists. So get excited, because that's the part I'm excited for.
I didn't put mine in because it'll damage the thing.
What are we going to play? Let's play nice. I'm out of control. Don't do what I'm told. I'm thinking there's no one there for me. I'm digging a hole, somewhere to bury my bones. I'm living the dream, but upside down. I remember what my mama said, still running around in my head. Never really understood it till I'd fallen down. I remember what my mama said. Play nice con los niños en el parque. Don't fight como un bicho en la noche. Do right, you'll never be alone. Play nice con los perros y los gatos. Don't fight unless you really, really got to. Do right, you'll never be alone.
Yeah. And then it's you. Let me go there. Is that your bag?
No, just with gong gong, that's enough. He goes gong gong, we go la bit. But they're doing a five-side thing, I think, first. Where are the
Sorry, why did you
sheets?
move that bag, please?
Looks like it's 5 minutes.
Have I got time for a smoke? How do you enjoy those atalaya? We're still there waiting. Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. If you could just find your seats, please. That way we can get started with the most excited part of the evening. I hope that everyone managed to get a coffee. I wish I would have had one. Now, I want to thank everyone for the energy that you've kept during this evening. Honestly, it's been an incredible experience to be up here and to be able to see these pitches. So without further ado, I'm going to let Paris Delatraz take it away. Thank you very much.
All right, can you hear me? Okay, this is the moment we've been waiting for, guys. Out of 174 startups that started the Venture Lab, 130 that made it to the semifinals, we now have 10 finalists. The 10 biggest, most disruptive startups of this university. Now, there's also a first here today. Not only are we breaking a record with respect to the number of startups, but we're breaking a record because I'm honored to have with me tonight the two deans of the two biggest schools of the university, Lee Newman from the Business School and Ikhlaq Sidhu from the School of Science and Technology. Give them a hand. Now, see, this school is special because, you know, you look at IE and you don't think silos, you don't think politics, you don't think all those things. But the reality, people, is, do you know how many universities there are in the world where you could have two deans like sitting together like this and embracing entrepreneurship in such a way? This is amazing. And I'm really proud of the fact that, you know, I've been trying to build bridges with both of them for a long time. And it's working. And it's working, right? And so this is amazing. And I'm not going to spend a lot more time here. I just want to say that we're very proud of the 10 startups that have made it to the finals. But you know, a couple of people were coming to me earlier and they said, I didn't make it to the finals, I didn't make it to the semifinals. Listen, it took 2 years for Steve Jobs to find an investor. And so this takes persistence, this takes grit. That's what an entrepreneur is all about. And so keep following your dreams. You heard earlier what Yuri's had to say. Never quit. Right, Yuri? Never quit. And if you're going to fail, fail fast and get on to the next one. And so with that, without further ado, I want to introduce to you the Dean of the School of Science and Technology, Iklak Sidhu.
Okay, first of all, I'm super happy to be able to help open the final portion for Venture Lab. I definitely want to appreciate Paris and our collaboration for Venture Lab and, of course, the School of Science and Technology. Definitely want to thank and appreciate our super strong collaboration with Lee Newman and the entire IE School of Business. And I'd like to maybe just tell you a few relevant words related to what we're doing with ventures and with the School of Science and Technology. I have 4 slides, so that should only take an hour and a half, right? Okay. No, we know that your next 10 pitches are the important part, and we're just going to take a little commercial break and help you understand a few things that are happening in our schools. So with that, first of all, School of Science and Technology, we've been growing. I can no longer say it's the newest school because the newest school is now the School of Humanities, but it's been 3 years that we've really developed it as its own school, as a very separate initiative. And I'm making this as how science and technology works with Venture Lab and with ventures. It's really a full polytechnique, but we're taking a position that it is very industry connected, it is entrepreneurially driven, and that automatically connects it to ventures, Venture Lab. And it's really an international gateway. You can come here and you can, from anywhere, and you can go to another place where opportunity is. So that's kind of the nature of the school that we're building. Now, this is a bit of a diagram to explain how we want people to think about the school differently. At a lot of places, you learn theory for 3.5 years, and then you do one capstone project. And for those of you that are in the school, you'll recognize the difference of what's going on. What we're doing is we're mixing in a lot of different kind of practice and industry connections all the way through it. So Tech Venture Bootcamp, and then some theory, and then a practice gateway, and then some theory, go to Berkeley for a week, and then some theory. Basically, we would like to have that reality and that practice mixed all the way through. One thing that you'll recognize that is an example of that, and I think there's a number of you that are from Tech Venture Bootcamp, that is one of our collaborations. So Tech Venture Bootcamp is one of those experiences that in 5 days, you basically go from nothing or just your idea or maybe no idea, quite often no idea, to not just a plan, but actually a prototype, something that's working, running code. And I'll say, as strong as IE has been on this topic for 50 years, we haven't really been writing code to the same level. We haven't been building while we're doing it, and now we're starting to do that. And with Venture Lab, I think what that means is there's 2 ways. You could do this, and then you can take it into Venture Lab, or you could be in Venture Lab, and you can use this as a prototyping exercise. So in those 5 days, you've got a jump start in the code or in your kind of prototype that you're building, in your product, basically. All right, but there's a little bit more to our story here, and I'm going to show you this diagram. This is the first time that you are seeing this diagram, that anyone has seen this diagram, because I only got a copy of it today. It's just not possible that you could have seen it before. But the idea of the diagram is to explain what is the kind of magic that we're using to put this stuff together. And what we're doing is we are mixing people, that we're colliding, we're breaking silos, however you want to think about it. If you take only one group of people, some like one segment of students, either business students or technical students or whichever, and whatever you teach them, the output that you're going to get is not going to be as good, is not going to be as oriented to ventures, it's not going to have as much innovation, it's not going to be as interesting, it's not even going to be as good as a learning experience as if you mix different kinds of people. So we're putting a lot of effort to mixing faculty actually from all over the world, and that includes people at Berkeley and Stanford, and we're working on some Oxford relationships, like quite a few different faculty, as well as extraordinary students and faculty from IE, and high industry, large companies, and high profile ventures. And we're putting them through these types of experiences. Tech Venture Bootcamp is one of them, but it's not the only experience where we're mixing all these people through and getting these different kinds of outputs. And so, watch for the other things that are happening at the school that we are doing in collaboration with the business school, with Venture Lab, with really the whole university. So we started talking a lot before about Impact Accelerator. You're starting to see some of the results of it. So with Ripple, there's a gateway program that's about why am I going through this list? It's not really just to bore you with names of programs. I'm trying to actually make a point here, which is all of these are opportunities to really get into another industry and solve an actual problem. Because I know you can come up with a lot of consumer apps based on your own needs and things that you know are your own needs, but to really have those types of ventures that go somewhere to have that type of innovation, to get into those industries, you have to have some experiences beyond that. And so, for example, with Ripple, what's happening in that whole world of how the ledger-based economy and industry is being developed? There's not that many ways to understand it, but to go through something like that. With Vienna Insurance Group, we're doing tech and insurance. With MIFIC, that's for Middle East Finance Investment Corporation. There's an entire investment in AI category that's going on. With Boehringer Ingelheim, we're trying to learn how to speed up clinical drug approvals. With GSK, can't tell you yet because the document's not signed, but we will have something. In all of these cases, this is not empty partnerships. These are all 500K plus commitments to programs that we're developing. And, and like I said, actual collaborations with Berkeley and Stanford and others. So it's a chance for me to tell you that we are doing a few things. And again, we're very happy to be part of all the stuff that we're doing in Venture Lab. Now, really, the important thing is your ventures. But before I let you do your ventures, I would like to call up my very good collaborator here, Lee Newman, to speak on behalf of the business school.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. And let's do a quick hand raise. So if you are an actual entrepreneur, an aspiring entrepreneur, or someone who just likes the idea of being an entrepreneur in mindset, raise your hand. I love bias samples. Fantastic. So I was one of you a while ago. I'm going to date myself. So I did the whole .com thing. So raise your hand if you remember what .com is. Yeah, okay. So I was kind of in your position. I was a management consultant at the time, and then this thing called the internet started. And a bunch of us in banks and management consultancies, et cetera, that had done business school, we said, what are we doing? We got to get on this thing. And so we did, and most of us left our jobs and started companies. And we took the risk. Paris always likes to remind us of the risk to try to get the reward. And I was in New York City, and I did it for about 7 years, and it was a great time. So I love that energy. You have that energy, and it's here, it's at IE, it's in this room, so it's fantastic. It was interesting. I want to share one anecdote, and then I'll move on. But one anecdote from that time was this, that we were so excited about the internet changing everything. Like literally the language that was going around in Silicon Valley and Silicon Alley in New York City was like, the internet's going to change everything. I would talk to like young entrepreneurs like me who had just come back from pitches to VCs, saying, you know, they don't get it. They're pushing us on profit and loss, and they don't get it that everything's going to change, and the idea that of business models is going to change. Well, kind of a joke when you think about that, right? Because, you know, profit and loss matter. Any investors in here, raise your hand. Do you care? Yeah. So that all matters. So no, the internet didn't change that, but it was exciting times. And we're going to hear from teams today that are going to tell us why we should invest in them, right? Which is a great story, which is a lot of things, but it's also how they're going to make money, because that's what this is all about, right? At least part of it. So that was just one anecdote. So that's startups, right? So we're going to hear from some startup teams today. But you know, entrepreneurship at IE is much bigger than startups. And I just want to say a few very quick words about that, because we talk a lot about the ecosystem when we think about it, the framework of entrepreneurship from the business school. So there's startups, right? Which is about you want to build it. You want to start it from scratch, create value, right, et cetera. And that's startups, and we love that, and that's what this is about today. But that's not the only way to be an entrepreneur, right? You can also join people who are building it, right? So corporate innovation. And that ranges from the lightest forms like hackathons sponsored by companies to get great ideas out on the table, to incubators and accelerators sponsored by companies, corporate venture building, corporate M&A, corporate VC, et cetera. So that's a fun way to do it. Lower risk, high reward still, and a whole lot of fun. But then there's also the buy it and run it. And we've got some interesting things we're doing there. So we've just piloted our first search fund, Entrepreneurship Through Acquisition Lab at IE with some MIMs and IMBAs, is that right? And some MIF students? And that's an interesting model. You raise money and you look for great companies to buy, and you buy them and you run them and you build the value that way, right? And they're small, but it's not a startup. It's an interesting model as well. And then, of course, there's the side of the entrepreneurship ecosystem, which is joining the people who invest in it, right? So I would guess that people who are investors here today, and thank you for being here, you know, you think of yourselves as part of entrepreneurship. I mean, you are the people who are fueling the creation of that value, and that's a fun thing to do as well. So entrepreneurship is startups, it's scale-ups, it's corporate venture building, it's entrepreneurship through acquisition, and it's, of course, the finance side of entrepreneurship, venture capital, private equity, et cetera, et cetera. So lots of things to think about. So for all of you who raised your hand as being aspiring or mindset-oriented entrepreneurs, many, many things you can do and get involved in while you're here. So I'll stop with that. We have some teams here today, lots of people here today. I want to thank investors who are here today. I want to thank our event planners who are here today. These events don't happen by themselves. They take a lot of work. I want to thank the Venture Lab and the Entrepreneurship Center. I want to thank our faculty, our mentors here today who are part of this whole thing. So please join me in giving them a big round of applause. But now we need to pump up our venture startup team. So let's give them a huge round of applause. This is the top 10. The top 10. These guys have worked really hard. They're all winners, right? And we're very excited to see what you got. So with that, no further ado, I'm going to turn things back to our MC. Not sure who that is.
We need a big selfie.
I mean, Paris is always kind of the MC, as you know, for those of you who know Paris well.
Let's get a selfie. I need you guys
So let's get this going.
have your hands up. Hold on.
Can I get one of these?
This is the camera. Selfie background.
All right, guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 3.
All right, let's go.
Right, great presentation. But now it's time to welcome our finalists to the stage. I'll explain the rules briefly to all of you. Each startup will have 5 minutes, and when I say 5 minutes, I really do mean 5 minutes, and this will be followed by a 3-minute Q&A. And Jerry, we're also holding you to that. But before we dive in, I just wanted to say that we're incredibly lucky to be joined by a group of truly inspiring investors, leaders across industries and innovation spaces. And I'm thrilled to introduce them. So thank you all for sticking with me as I shine a light on each one of them. With us tonight, we have Carlos Ruiz Sanchez Perez from Guaira, Teresa Dominguez from Attitude, Adriana Dolera from Accenture, Miguel Garcia Ovies from Kibo Ventures, Andrea Cabanillas from Adara Ventures, Francisco Lodeiro from Encomeda, Sasha Badelt, Angel, Jacobo Cucalon from Plus Partners, Yoko Kojima from Mundi Ventures, Elena de Lara from the Venture City, Vincent Rosso, Angel, and Francisco Jimenez de Echeverria from Big Sur Ventures. Now, let's give a big round of applause to our amazing jury. So now, the moment we've been waiting for. Let's go on to our first finalist. Imagine this. What if old cotton could be turned into something truly useful? Our first finalist, Vetaverse, answers this question. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Hi everyone, my name is Hetal Kateva and I'm the CEO and founder of Vetaverse. And our CTO couldn't be here, but he is watching us live. And together we are on a mission to transform how the world addresses textile recycling. Sorry. Before we dive in, I would like to give you a walkthrough of our backgrounds and why we are the right team. I have an educational background in sustainability and have worked in finance and consulting, and my expertise are strategy and business operations. Our CTO, Utsav, holds a PhD in aerospace engineering and is currently wrapping up his MBA at INSEAD. Prior to that, he was managing a 500 million green fund, and he specializes in turning deep science into scalable businesses. Together, combining our skill sets and passion for sustainability, we are building Vetaverse. Now, I'd like to present you some facts. The fashion industry is set to produce 145 million tons of textile in the year 2030, which is approximately 2.5 times more than it was in the year 2000. The industry is also responsible for 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 20% of global water waste because of dyeing garments and textiles. The industry currently uses 3 recycling methods: downcycling, when a waste product is remade into a quality lower than the original; upcycling, when a product is remade into a quality higher than the original; and recycling, it's a comprehensive term that involves various processes to recover fiber from the textile waste. However, none of these methods are efficient, as less than 1% of textile waste is recycled every year, and 87% of it ends up in landfills or is incinerated. This waste is not just ugly, it's toxic, leaching chemicals into our soil and water waste, and it costs brands billions of dollars in lost materials and compliance risks. But Vetaverse has a breakthrough. We have developed a modular reactor system that transforms cotton waste into 3 high-value sustainable products: fiber for sustainable textile, paper for sustainable packaging, and bio-oil for biofuels. We differentiate our product to be biodegradable, premium quality, and beautifully textured, ideal for sustainable clothing and sustainable packaging. Our business model is to license our technology to our customers and co-locate our reactors closer to their distribution centers, so it's easy for us to source the raw materials and then transform them into paper and fiber. Vetaverse produces 3 high-quality products by maximizing waste use, eliminating harmful residuals, and unlocking multiple revenue channels. We offer our customers an ESG-aligned cost-efficient, end-of-life solution that none of our competitors are doing. Our market opportunity is huge as we are entering a $260 billion global sustainable packaging industry, starting with EU's $63 billion market. Capturing just 2% of it gives us a business opportunity of $1.2 billion. As next steps, we plan to finish our lab test this year to validate our reactor design, so we can start building our prototype next year and launch our pilot scale production with one of our customers in 2027. And today, I'm here to raise our pre-seed for 200K, so we can start Werther versus techno-economic assessment, life cycle analysis, start the patent application, and get the lab test done. And now I might invite you all to join Wertherverse in building a circular and sustainable future. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Thank you very much for this pitch. Very interesting project. I would like to know, how do you protect your intellectual property? Is this protectable because you have competitors who are in the same field and offering more or less similar things? What is your strategy there?
So, like I said, we are going to license for the patent. We are going to license the technology as soon as we secure our first round of funding, and that's why I didn't discuss the process in detail, because that's what we are protecting.
Thank you very much for the pitch. I think it's a global concern. I would like to understand, when are you starting to make sales and how you are going to survive from a financial point of view until then? Thank you.
So we'll start the pilot project in year 2027, and we aim to reach, generating revenue by the year 2027, 2028, and then as we, sell or co-pilot more of our reactors, our revenues grows as well. But the first sales will start from the year 2027 onwards. But that would be our pilot project.
So sorry, but this is the end of the questions. But you will have time to ask as many questions as you want after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was a great pitch. I really like that. I'm really excited to introduce this next startup, Orama. I've been working with their CEO at the IE Entrepreneurship Club for a year, and I think they've got really great stuff. Orama helps restaurants plan smarter using AI to predict demand, cut waste, and make your food experience way better. Let's welcome them on stage.
€1.5 million. This is how much a restaurant chain in Spain is losing today due to demand uncertainty. But where is this demand uncertainty actually coming from? First, inventory. Restaurants overstock in order to satisfy unexpected customers, but they might end up throwing away food. Second, sales. They might understock in order to protect their food costs, but then they might end up missing out on customer opportunities. And then finally, staff. They might overstaff in order to provide the best service possible, but then they might end up paying for idle hands. So all in all, demand uncertainty is eating into restaurants' profits. This is where Orama comes in. I'm Rosario Lombardi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Orama, the secret ingredient to profitability. We use machine learning to make demand forecasting faster, cheaper, and more accurate. But how do we do this? We first collect historical sales data directly from the point of sale systems from the restaurants, and then we incorporate external data sets and external factors like the weather, local events, amongst others, to train individual models for each restaurant. This allows us to be more precise in our results because we're able to capture the trends of each specific restaurant. With this, we're able to provide recommendations on how many customers are going to come and what ingredients are going to be needed to satisfy their needs. So, with Orama, restaurants can optimize staffing, reduce food costs, and make customers happy. Let's talk about the market opportunity. We're looking at a total addressable market of 1 billion euros, including restaurants in the EU and in the UK. Our SAM includes restaurants in the top 5 countries within this sector, and then the SOM assumes a capture of 15% of market share. What's more, the global restaurant technology industry is growing at a CAGR of 16%. But we know we are not alone in this market. So who are we up against? We know that there is no single standalone solution that is solving demand forecasting today. The solutions that are available today are using this as a secondary feature, so they're not able to deliver these precise results restaurants are truly seeking for. We offer tailored AI models and a flexible output based on each restaurant's specific needs. But we took this analysis one step further, and we actually went to these competitors and our clients to truly understand their value proposition, and we just heard that the solutions are either not commercialized today, or they are not giving the results restaurants want. So there's a clear gap in the market, and that's where Orama comes in. Okay, so where are we today? We have interviewed over 40 key players in the industry, and we're very excited to say that we have signed 6 pilots with NDAs, and we have access to their historical sales data to truly keep building on the solution. Additionally, we signed a 1-year contract with Grosso Napolitano, where we're able to continue enhancing our solution. But what's more important is that we have showed an improved accuracy rate compared to other solutions of 30%. So, how do we make money? We are charging a monthly fee of 100 euros per location. And based on the size of the restaurant, we're going to get a different ARR, but the minimum ARR we're going to get is this 6,000 euros. So, we want to capture this market, and we want to do it fast and furious. In our first year, we're targeting smaller chains in Spain, and we're doing this through founder sales. In the next couple of years, we'll target bigger chains entering France and Italy and leveraging a sales team and also partnerships with other softwares in the industry. By 2028, we're hoping to enter hotels, Germany and UK, and continue expanding the sales team to bring this to life. But what's most important is our secret recipe, which is our team. We have a very complementary and diverse team that comes from different backgrounds, from digital transformation, technology, marketing, product, and people. We are ready to bring this to life. We are also backed by an amazing team of experts from both the entrepreneurship and the client side, bringing their amazing perspectives. So what are we asking for? We're asking for 250,000 euros to be allocated to product development, team, and customer acquisition, allowing us to break even in year 2 and achieving revenues of over 17 million euros by year 5. Also, our LTV to CAC ratio is healthy, way above 20. So remember that 1.5 million euros that restaurant was losing. With Orama, they could have saved up to 450,000 euros. This is not a nice to have, it is a game-changing solution. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the pitch. I'd like to understand not how you are going to achieve 1 or 5 customers, but how you are going to be relevant for the whole community. So there are many ideas that you were just saying, and the apps and webs trying to manage this concern. And I don't know if you really will be able to differentiate and keep on growing. Thank you.
Yes, so actually, as we mentioned, today no one is doing this as a standalone solution, so there's clearly a gap, and we want to keep on leveraging our connections with the restaurant industry to build the solution together, and in the future expand into new features and upselling opportunities, and see where we can keep on growing. We also see in the upcoming years a possibility of doing integrations and partnerships with other softwares in the industry to get to more clients faster.
Yeah, and I was wondering, isn't that an integration game where you have to integrate with other softwares? Because, I mean, restaurants are dealing with POS systems and they're dealing with cover manager. And how can you enter this difficult client to sell to with another software?
So currently we want to boost their current processes and softwares. They don't need to switch from their inventory management. So we're actually already integrating into the pilots, to the client software, the ones we're doing the pilots with. So we're ahead in that learning curve of seeing how we can integrate with them and doing it more efficiently and faster in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you very much. All right, why bring in a technician when you can beam one in? Experience is using XR technology to make industrial maintenance faster, smarter, and entirely remote. Let's welcome them on stage.
Hi, everybody. I'm Elisa Stuckis, co-founder of Experience, and I'm here today to talk to you about a real problem and what we found to be its solution. Now, let's all pause for a second and imagine. You're a manufacturer producing machinery worth millions of euros, and then you ship them worldwide to your clients. Suddenly, some of those machinery break down, leaving several of your clients unattended and unable to operate. And of course, you know that in production, time is money, so they want an immediate solution from you. But that's rarely the case. And you know why? Well, first of all, because on-site staff often lacks the necessary expertise in order to deal with the problem. And even when they use simple video calls, 80% of those issues remain unsolved, which leaves the only option to send one of the very few available technicians on-site. This does not only delay the repairment, but also translates in enormous side costs. For you, in terms of travel cost, as well as for your clients, in terms of lost productivity. And this is where Experience comes into play. With an easy-to-use, real-time XR remote maintenance platform, we do not only allow you to reduce downtime and operational cost, but we also unlock new revenues opportunities by increasing service capacity as well as customer satisfaction. How do we do so? As you can see from the example on my background, which is a video from one of our current clients, Experience allows your technician to remotely connect with the operator on site, to remotely troubleshoot even the most complex issues. This is the view from the operator, and as you can see, they're guided thanks to 3D model sharing, pointing system, and many more features that are available on our platform. However, let me tell you that this is just not only cool technology. Indeed, throughout these 2.5 years of operation, between pivots and paid projects, we were able to have our first sellable and scalable version of the platform, which is the one that you just saw. And since the end of January, which is the time when we finished our development, we have already collected 3 paying customers, and we have 5 new agreements in the phase of being finalized with other firms. Those clients of ours highlighted how they're able to double the procedure that they can attend in half of the time, which opens up a much broader market for us that we aim to target and gain a sum of over 10 million by end of 2028. As you can see, we are on track to break even by early 2026, and we're also aiming to gain a revenue of almost 10 million by the end of 2028, with an EBIT of 5.7 million. How are we going to do so? We design our business model to be designed to be scalable and flexible, which means that we operate on a software license model that with tiered plans that are available based on features and usage. We are currently leveraging direct sales, and we're also establishing a referral program, as well as developing a network of authorized resellers that are going to sustain our growth. Now, we know that we are not alone in this landscape, but what sets us apart from the rest is our ability to leverage 3D model sharing as well as computer vision. Indeed, our solution goes beyond just simple hands-free videos. But our real strength relies in our team. We have a different set of skills and backgrounds with space from PhD researchers, professors, engineers, as well as business professionals, all backed up by a very strong advisory board. Throughout this process, we were able to gain the backing up of important entities, such as the Politecnico di Milano, of which we are a spin-off. We are part of the NVIDIA program. We were selected as one of the best startups in Italy. And we also showcase our product at different trade shows. And we also receive European grants. Now, as you could see, we have set for ourselves ambitious milestones, and we were able to achieve them. And now we're aiming even higher for the future. Indeed, imagine that just last week, one of our clients was able to remotely troubleshoot an issue on a €1 million machinery, which once required on-site intervention and translated in days of downtime as well as in thousands in losses. It was now solved thanks to experience in just minutes. And with you on board as well, we're going to be one step closer to make this the new standard for industrial maintenance. Thank you.
Q&A. Thank you very much. Amazing. Looks really good and makes perfect sense. I'm wondering how scalable is this? Because do you have to adapt the solution to each client? I guess you have to simulate each machine that you work with, or is this something that the client can design by himself?
This is a platform that each client can, as you said, design for themselves. It's just a really easy-to-use platform. We designed it as the PowerPoint of XR, so that the platform can just open their platform, the technical person can just open their platform, upload the 3D models in the CAD version that they usually have. The platform is going to convert the 3D model in, the CAD models in 3D models, and they connect to the operator, and that's it. It's very easy, and it can be done by the people that operate. We design it to be used by any person without any technical expertise.
Thank you for the presentation and amazing traction already. I have a question about the actual hardware. Is there any constraints for any particular VR or AR type of device that you can work with?
Now we're working with the MetaQuest, the Oculus, just is because the one that we found the easiest to have and to use, and it's relatively cheap to others. Then we're working with this, but in the future we could be open to other solutions.
More questions? If not,
one more question is, how easy is it to copy your product and your solution? Thank you.
We have been operating for 2.5 years, and throughout those 2.5 years, we have developing software. Then the software is ours. And of course, with all the network and all the backup by the Politecnico di Milano and all the research that was behind, I feel like it's pretty hard to have the same skills in order to achieve the same result.
Thank you very much.
Coffee that's traceable, sustainable, and seriously good? Up next, Sensorial Coffee Roasters is on a mission to become Europe's next specialty coffee sensation, one perfect cup at a time.
Is there a memory that always stands out to you? One that feels especially meaningful? Mine was riding on the back of a tractor with my brother through the coffee fields of our farm in Colombia. This is the moment that I fell in love with coffee, and I knew that I would always be connected to it. My dad, a pioneer in specialty coffee, passed down his passion and showed me what true coffee craftsmanship means. It's thriving ecosystem supported by extraordinary people who've made it their life's mission to produce extraordinary coffee. Coffee has a power to do so much good, but only when done right. It's one of those everyday products people overlook, unaware of its impact. That's why it's important that it should be traceable, because traceability ensures that it promotes responsible practices and protects the future of coffee. Hi, I'm Sofia.
And I'm Alexia.
And we're here to introduce Sensorial Coffee and turn my life's passion into Europe's #1 specialty coffee brand. But you might be thinking, what exactly is specialty coffee? Specialty coffee is all about quality and transparency. Think of it like the finest wine, where origin, variety, and care make all the difference. From the altitude and soil it grows to how it's picked, processed, roasted, and brewed, everything should be about excellence. Specialty is an experience, and this experience is driving a major shift in the coffee industry. The global coffee market is worth $470 billion, and specialty coffee alone accounts for $100, and it is growing. This isn't a niche market anymore, it's the future of coffee. But there's a problem. Although many claim it, real traceability in the specialty market is still missing. Specialty consumers struggle to find truly high-quality, ethically sourced coffee with full traceability. Specialty shops have very little to no control over where their beans come from and the processes employed. And that's where we come in. We're redefining the specialty market with a vertically integrated approach. And what does this mean? We take control of the entire value chain. We oversee the crop, the processing, the export-import operations, roasting, and packaging. We're eliminating co-ops, intermediaries, and inefficiencies, ensuring an unparalleled consistency in taste, quality, and transparency. And how do we do it? Well, we craft our coffee. We oversee our own partner farms across 6 origin countries where we refine exceptional coffee practices under the highest standards. Gen Z and millennials are driving the growth of specialty coffee, but across generations, conscious consumers are moving away from burnt, bad coffee, and now they value quality, fresh, clean coffee that's better for them and for the planet.
Sensorial is already happening. You can visit us at our coffee store in Barcelona or order online. We have an amazing community that loves our coffee, but how do we go from great coffee to great returns? At Sensorial, we have 3 key revenue sources driving our growth. First, our physical store in Barcelona, where we wrapped up last year with over 260,000 euros in sales. Then, our online sales are growing fast through our website and over 15 marketplaces like Amazon. We also have 9 B2B partnerships with offices, hotels, and restaurants with an exciting pipeline of new deals coming up this year. Our numbers don't lie, and our growth speaks for itself. These 3 revenue sources brought in around 300,000 euros last year, with a growth of over 100%. And this year, we are already seeing a 20% year-over-year growth in Q1. These numbers give us the confidence to take Sensorial to the next level by becoming Europe's #1 specialty coffee brand. We have a clear path to grow. By this year, we expect to be generating 740,000 euros in sales, a growth of 250% from last year. And by 2029, we aim to reach 4.4 million. By then, our online and our B2B channels will be covering all expansion costs of our physical stores, ensuring a sustainable and scalable future.
And we have the perfect team to make this happen. A startup operations expert with years of business development experience, a marketing expert driving our growth, myself who grew up immersed in this industry and lives and breathes for coffee, and we're also backed by top industry leaders with years of coffee experience who helped us bring this project to life. We want you to be part of this journey. This is why we're seeking an investment of 750,000 euros. So come and join us in shaping the future of coffee, setting the standards for what great coffee should always be about, extraordinary in quality, connected to its origins, and safeguarding its future. At Sensorial, we're ready to lead this change. Thank you.
Q&A.
Thank you so much. I wanted to understand better, how do you do like the traceability? So do you have any specific technology or like blockchain or something?
Yeah, so right now we are implementing blockchain technology, but essentially right now we're the only specialty coffee brand that's literally managing the crop and all of the process. So we control our own farms. So essentially right now what we're going to do, and part of if we receive investment, what we want to apply into one of our main goals is to apply the blockchain technology into our website so a better web experience. So literally everyone can follow up the process through a QR code in our bags.
So thank you. Following on that question, can you explain a little bit more the whole supply chain, all the partnerships you have from harvesting to the shop?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have 6 origin farms. So we have Colombia, Brazil, Ethiopia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Brazil. And essentially what we do in these farms is we're back with one of our founders, manages the farms, and essentially what we also do is these farms serve as hubs for surrounding farms, which supply us also coffee, and we also serve them as an educational place where we help them with processing, and also we pay above average, so we're really trying to create a better sustainable ecosystem in the regions. That's one of our main goals also in the company. And from there, we also are managing literally everything. So the processing, we're very innovative in the processing. We have very strong sustainable farms. And from there, we go, we export from each farm to Barcelona, where we have our warehouse and where we receive all of the coffee. And in Barcelona, we have the roastery. And then from the roastery, right now, from Barcelona, we supply all of our coffee that sells online and also, of course, the one in the store.
One last question.
I just wonder, have you tested that people are really care about this whole traceability process? And why wouldn't other coffee producers go the same way?
Because it's really hard to manage, and to have a vertically integrated company, because this is years in the making of really finding the right partners in every country. But it's really important because traceability, beyond just as a customer, you understanding the process and you knowing from what country or what farm it comes, it's also for them a way to understand that their coffee was made in the right way, that it was ethically produced, that it has fair trade, that there's nothing in this coffee that was done, under bad conditions. So traceability is important, of course, for the customers, so they take conscious choices. But also beyond that, it reflects on the new way of thinking to be more responsible with the environment, to protect. Coffee is one of the biggest commodities in the world, and if we're not aware of this issue, then there's a lot of crop loss. So people understand this and they're very aware of this, but most importantly, they also value overall quality, and in the specialty world, traceability guarantees quality. So it's a way for them to really know the whole story of their coffee and know where it comes from, and also know the practices, and that is the best coffee possible that they can drink.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm so proud to introduce this next startup. It is founded by one of my dear friends and someone that I've had the pleasure of working with for a year now. Up next, meet Crescentia, giving Latin America's truckers a digital upgrade.
This is Carlos, a hardworking truck driver from Mexico. Every day, he has to deal with upfront costs, low wages, and an unpredictable schedule. On top of that, he has to drive long miles, often returning with an empty truck, which is very costly. He is not alone. 250,000. That is the number of trucking trips per day that are done in Mexico. Yet 8 out of 10 of them return empty. This inefficiency is leaving 28 million US dollars on the table per day. As I said before, this problem affects everyone, you, me, everyone, by lower efficiency, increased costs in which consumer product prices are bumped up by 20%, and inequality, where margins for small players are significantly lower than those of companies. This is where Crescentia comes in. Crescentia is an online freight marketplace that connects freight providers with shippers and brokers, and we only take 3% of the transactional fee. We also have a plan to put in subscription in the coming years. We aim to position ourselves as pioneers in the freight exchange industry. We give the small players the right platform to unlock new opportunities. New opportunities for truckers look like new revenue streams, the ability to compete in a larger market, and independence. And we also serve the other side of the coin for shippers and brokers. We have an extensive validation where we talked to both sides and they confirmed our problem. And we also gathered a 91% interest in using Crescentia as a solution. Through our conversations, we also gathered valuable insights. For carriers, we learned that in order to reach them, we have to partner with regional brokers, join local WhatsApp and Facebook groups, and hire field representatives. And for shippers, it's a little bit more formal. We have to partner with industry experts and build an enterprise sales team. This is the amazing pipeline of customers we talk to.
So Crescentia already had its first transaction, and it was a complete success. It was done between Vidri, a retailer with a fleet, and Grupo Miguel, a simple retailer, and both companies want to continue to use Crescentia for further shipments. Let me show you how it works. So Carlos logs in into the platform and finds a suitable option for his backhaul. Then a retailer receives the offer, and a negotiation for a final price takes place. Once they reach an agreement, Carlos will receive a text message, and now they're in full contact for the transaction. Carlos just unlocked new revenue, the retailer got an amazing discount, and we got a transactional fee. But we're talking about thousands and thousands of transactional fees. People like Carlos represent 81% of the market entities, and the small carriers, 16%. We're targeting a huge market of $45 billion. Then SAM is 22 billion, and some 2.5 billion. We do have other players in the market, but only Crescentia tackles the backhaul solution as a whole. And we want to differentiate from them by doing cost leadership and including all players in the platform. This means getting also brokers and companies that want to share their fleet. We do have inspiration. WTransnet is a freight marketplace that operates here in Spain, and they revolutionize the market. Now, if you're not in the platform, you're out of the game. Then there's Fretebras, which is our validation. This just became a unicorn in Brazil. Here you can see the projected financials. We aim for 20 million of revenue in the last year and also having 5,000 users. And today, we're looking from you from 250,000 in pre-seed funding to finance CapEx, salaries, and marketing. Some of the key strategic steps include bringing José Luis Montalvo, which is interested in the idea, as our CTO. He is a software engineer at BlackRock and part of their advisory board. Leopoldo Ruiz, director of Emitor, which is a regional player with over 80 trucks. And lastly, partner up with institutions like Canacar, which we already started conversations.
And how will we get there? With our amazing team. We have Gabriel Cofiño, our CEO, who has 4 years of experience in operations, supply chain, and sales. We have Alejandro Vizcarra, who has 5 years of experience as a CEO in a manufacturing SME and managing his own fleet. And then you have me, your CRO, who has 4 years of experience in investment banking. So please, join us and Carlos in this journey to make logistics seamless, fair, transparent, and sustainable in a region where we really, really need it.
Q&A.
Hi. First of all, congrats on the presentation.
Thank
A quick question on your ask about the round, the financing round. You had a big part of it for CapEx. I was a bit curious about what that CapEx is.
Yes.
The capital expenditure.
Yes, the capital expenditure will be the platform itself. It's an only heavy investment, and we need it to operate.
Software development,
Yeah.
data privacy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Could you please expand a little bit on the why now? I mean, this solution exists in other countries, and it could have been built many years ago. So keen to
Of course.
double click on that.
Well, why now? Like right now is the perfect time to do it because these types of marketplace requires a first mover advantage. Once you consolidate users inside the platform, it's very hard for them to leave. And right now in Mexico, there's no solution like this. And yeah, we have to launch it as soon as possible then.
There's a blue ocean opportunity, so we believe it's the perfect time to start right now.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's continue with Luyoa, helping businesses improve their customer engagement with a variety of loyalty programs. Please, let's welcome them on the stage.
Hello, how are you? My name is Ricardo, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Luyoa.
Hi, my name is Chiara, and I'm the COO of Luyoa.
Meet Maria. She runs 7 restaurants in Mexico, and she puts her heart in all of them. But she knows that in an extremely competitive market, being offline is not an option. With lack of digital presence, 0 customer data, and low customer retention, she risks disappearing. That's why we created Luyoa, a digital AI platform that delivers personalized offers via wallet. No apps needed. With this, we can boost Maria's customer retention, increase her revenue, and also have an automated AI marketing tool in just 1 click. Our product is very easy. It's a very easy 3-step process. The customers scan a QR, then they fill a survey, and in 15 seconds, they have a loyalty card directly into their wallet. For the business side, they have real-time data analytics, push-up notifications that are AI-driven to optimize revenue, and also customer gamification in order your customer to come again. For our traction so far, we have 30 paying businesses in between Mexico and in Spain. We have around 2,000 users with a Luyoa card, and of course, 85% in clients' customer retention. Also to mention that we established on January 22nd of this year. For our market size, our TAM is 80 billion. That is the total, well, the expected revenue in restaurant industry in 2025. Our SAM, that is 13.2 billion, that is considering people from 20 to 60 years old that have participated in a loyalty program before. And for our SAM, considering a 5% of penetration, 600 million. With this, we come up to our business model. Right now, we're charging 1% per transaction. We will be charging, well, we're charging 1 cent per push notification, and also, along with our partners, we want to reach $6 million in annual revenue in the next 3 to 5 years. For our competitive advantage, we've seen, well, first, we have a very high closing rate, around 85%. Also, to mention that strong banks like BBVA, Santander, Banorte have just implemented Apple Pay and Google Pay in the last 6 months in Mexico. And this is a great opportunity because people are starting to use their wallets. Also, what's next? Right now, we're working on AI personalized promotions, having 500 paying establishments, 2 POS integrations that are points of sales, and have our plug-and-play solution. Also to mention that this quarter, we will be working to get our first pilot with a big restaurant, a chain restaurant in Mexico, And yeah.
So now, this is our dream team. We've been working hard for the past 2 months to get to this point. We come from a diverse background, we worked in other projects together, we move fast, and most importantly, we're growing fast. Beyond that, we have our advisor with us, Mika, and he is a Y Combinator founder and has been an essential piece to our company from the start on. Now, we're asking for 500 grand, and this money will be invested 45% in product development, 40% in marketing, and 15% to maintaining our working capital. We know that our team knows that with this money, Luyoa will dominate the market. Well, now, before we jump to the Q&A, which we know you're all excited for, we wanted you to be able to test out our product. So, we've partnered up with our client, Focacciamo, and it's very simple. You scan the QR code, you write your name, and whoever wins the golden ticket can raise their phone up, come up to us, and we have a special prize from Focacciamo and the team from Luyoa. Thank you very much, guys. Wait for them. So please tell us whoever gets the golden tickets. Wait, come here. Nice. You can come up to us and you have a prize.
Who else, guys? Don't be shy.
Q&A?
Yes. Thank you.
Hi. In the ask, you mentioned something about part of the round being focused in working capital. How is that?
Sorry?
Why would you need financing to finance working capital? How is there working capital in this business model?
Well, for us, to pay us a payroll and be dedicated fully on Luyoa.
Thank you for the pitch. Could you explain a little bit more the competitors' landscape on this area? Thank you.
Go ahead. The competitors.
Well, the competitors' landscape. In Mexico, we've seen that it's a very new solution because people are now implementing Apple Pay solutions and mobile wallet stuff. So directly, we don't have a competitor, but there are POS that are integrating these kinds of loyalty solutions. And what we've seen is the first one that are in the market are the ones that will be dominating. That's why we're rushing.
Thanks. I have a question, well, 2 questions. One for your go-to-market strategy. So like, how are you finding the customers? Second, right now you're charging like 1% on the transaction fee. Are you planning to increase that? How does it like affect your cash even timeline?
Okay. Well, first, we are testing like how it works and how much money it brings us to the table. And yeah, it depends on how the sensibility is in the market, and we'll see. And of course, we want to increase that number. But also, a win to win with our businesses. And for the POS, you told us partnerships? Well, that's a tricky question. Well, we're talking to everyone on Instagram, LinkedIn, cold messages, and also directly to the POS providers and to everyone we know. And we are like having good partnerships.
We've been visiting a lot of restaurants, coffee shops in the past month, so that's a lot of how they come to us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Fertility is a journey, and Izana is making it easier to navigate with personalized, clinically backed support every step of the way. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Let me begin with something personal. This is me as a child. And I thought I was just regular, cute kid. But recently, I learned that I was born through fertility treatment. And knowing this gave me deep appreciation for science and for what my parents went through just to have me. Today, 1 in 6 people face infertility. It's not just women's problem. Male factor make up 40%, and lifestyle is a major factor. That's why we created Izana, AI-powered reproductive health platform with doctors and experts to provide a guidance for proactive reproductive health, fertility treatment, and pregnancy care. With Izana, anyone can start this journey easily by improving their lifestyle.
Yes, so how does it work exactly, right? So Izana is an AI-powered fertility platform. It works by collecting 3 data points. So the first one is lifestyle factors. So we developed a quiz in association with a panel of doctors for the lifestyle quiz. The second one is activity data from your phone, from Google Fit and Apple Health. And the third one is reproductive health data, which is from in-house test kits that will be shipped with our app. So we take all this data, we analyze, our AI analyzes the data and creates a personalized reproductive health plan that helps couples get pregnant easily and quickly. Apart from this, if the AI detects an issue with the couple, it recommends doctor appointments at a location close to them as well. So this is essentially our app, and on the side you can see a video of the prototype as well. Moving on to the MVP. So since it's based on lifestyle, our MVP was a fertility quiz that was created with doctors. The responses from the quiz are analyzed by our AI engine, and users are given personalized feedback based on the responses, after which the users can choose to register as early adopters or download or get in touch with us on WhatsApp. So it's all well and good having an MVP, but we actually did a test of the MVP by running an ad on Meta for about 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, we have about 53 couples who have gotten in touch with us and are in contact with us. We're helping them modify their lifestyle and improve their reproductive health. And we have nearly 1,000 people who've downloaded their reports that's generated completely from our engine. So this means that there's competition, right? So Ro is our closest competitor. Ro is a health company that recently acquired Modern Fertility. And because of that, they offer in-home testing and telehealth consultations. But what our competitive advantage is the fact that we offer services for both male and female reproductive health in unison, in perfect sync through our app. So that's what sets us apart. Now, moving on to the business model and the revenue streams, we have 4 revenue streams: tiered subscription and physical products, because physical products are integral for our AI to give accurate recommendations. So we want to do that in year 1. In year 3, we have B2B partnerships with insurance companies and multinational companies as well. And the last, in year 4, we want to look at anonymized data monetization. Because it's an AI app and data is integral for our functionality, we believe that our data would help further the insights of the fertility industry and make treatments much easier for everyone. And, of course, boost our revenue streams.
So based on this revenue stream, our future projection will demonstrate strong and consistent growth in next 5 years. So the projected variation at year 5 will be 37.4 million euros. Our team is backed up by top advisory board who have more than 30 years experience in reproductive health. Our team itself includes the startup founder in fertility industry, sales and operations specialist, and legal and strategic expert. Also, we received a letter of intent from many companies and hospitals that provide us a test kit. We believe that this validates our real-world impact. Furthermore, in our industry, many companies have achieved more than 20 times return on the first investment. So Izana is ready to follow the same path as next success story.
So now we are raising 100,000 euro to enhance our app, marketing, and data capabilities. Please join us, because Izana is more than just business. It offers strong social impact and business opportunities. Thank you.
Q&A.
Thank you very much for your pitch. I was wondering, who is actually your customer? Because it's not a couple that is already struggling. I guess it's somebody else.
Well, our customer is essentially people who are looking to get pregnant. Well, we understand that in the global north, essentially, when there's an issue, they go to the doctor. But in the global south, many countries, that doesn't essentially happen. And going to the doctor is the last step. So we've done research that we couldn't show here because of time limits, but which shows that there's about 500,000 users searching monthly for pregnancy trackers and how to get pregnant quickly. And most of that volume is from the south. So our core audience would be people who are looking to get pregnant, who don't yet know that they need medical advice even to get pregnant, because we can do that as well. So that essentially is our core audience.
And also, like, if I can add something, I'm from Japan. In Japan, so many couples are struggling to have a baby these days. And I heard that, surprisingly, some couples have some problem in communication between the couples. The reason is very clear, because they figure out they know that they hesitate to face these kind of sensitive problems with our partner. So we believe that our product can help them to have a communication together, and our problem could be the trigger to improve the communication between them.
Hi. Quick question about the B2B partnership revenue source. What does that look like? Are you planning on selling the platform as a white label solution, or are you planning on getting them to distribute the platform for you, or how does that work?
This is about the test kits, is that right?
Yeah, the B2B partnerships you had in the sort of revenue sources.
So the B2B partnerships,
yeah. B2B partnerships.
So B2B partnerships, essentially what we're looking at is partnering with insurance companies and also governments as well. Like there are insurance companies that offer insurance for fertility treatments, especially in countries like Japan, South Korea. And there are also companies like multinational companies that offer packages for people to improve their reproductive health, because it benefits the employees as well. So there are our competitors like Clue and Flow. They already have those kinds of partnerships. So we're looking at a more comprehensive setup for that partnerships.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. Now, who enjoys cleaning their apartments on weekends? Because clearly I don't. And our next startup, Cleaner, has a solution to that I really want to see. Welcome on stage.
Hi, everybody. I'm Martin.
I'm Alex.
And for those of you that aren't students, I want to remind you of a dilemma that you might have faced in your college days. After a long, hard week of work, when your apartment is kind of a mess, do you go out and have some beers with your friends and ignore it? Or do you sacrifice that Friday afternoon and clean up your apartment? Well, for us, the answer is obvious. Actually, students and young professionals spend over 6 hours a week cleaning, yet we don't hire professional cleaning services because they don't tailor to our needs. They're inconvenient, slow, and require commitment.
And fact is, nowadays, I can order everything with my phone via Glovo, whether it's beer, pizza, or sex toys, you name it, and it's within my doorstep within 15 minutes. But why not a cleaning service? Fact is, the day I want a pizza, I want it right then and there. I don't want to subscribe to a pizza subscription.
And that's why 7 out of 10 of these young professionals don't use cleaning services due to these same flexibility issues.
And the solution? Cleaner, an on-demand application that lets you book a cleaner within seconds, receive the service within 30 minutes, no scheduling, no commitments, just instant cleaning, whenever, wherever.
And that's not the only problem we tackle. We found that in the European Union, 1 out of 3 cleaners actively work undeclared. This means that they're missing out on social benefits and they're essentially invisible to society. This worries us very much, and at Cleaner, we want to make them visible to society again.
And the way we do this currently? Simple. We are running a beta version here at IE University with already 274 customers. We are generating revenue, and we are getting so many demands that we can't even tackle them all. And while the users absolutely love it, we are looking to scale with a mobile application.
And this is where our cutting-edge AI-powered app comes in. Well, how does it work, you might ask? You sign in like any other app. You put in your address where the cleaner needs to go, and whatever you need cleaned. Then you kick back and enjoy the cleaning. It'll take an hour or an hour and a half to do the cleaning, and then you give us a rating. And if you really like it, you can book it again.
And how are we planning to make money through this? Simple. We have 4 different revenue streams. If you want a cleaning right now, the on-demand model is for you. If you want to get a cleaning after the venture day, then you can schedule it just a few hours ahead, or maybe for the weekend. It's a simple issue for us to tackle. And if you want to combine both with a high insurance premium, then the subscription model is for you. And if you're a business at scale or an Airbnb host, then you have the B2B model for you.
But what does the competition look like? As you can see, this is an idea that has been justified the world over. But things get really sweet when we look at the European market. As you can see, most of our European competitors are targeting fixed schedule at very expensive rates. And we're 96 times faster than our fastest competitor.
And this is a 329 billion euro market, growing at 9% yearly. Let alone, in our launch cities, we're looking at about 5 million young professionals and students, with 1.5 million of those ready to pay for the service. If we take 10% as early adapters, 150,000, we'll be looking at a 72 million euro annual recurring revenue.
But what does the investment opportunity look like? We're asking 100,000 euros at a valuation of 1 million, and the money will be spent like so.
And what's the math behind the magic? I know all you investors care about this. So we ran our ads, and with a daily ad spend of 500 euros, we obtained almost 13,000 visitors on our website. And we converted more than 10% of those with 1,700 email signups, putting us at a customer acquisition cost of 29 cents. At an average revenue per user of 40 euros per month and a lifetime value of 480 euros, you can make the scaling math.
And a great idea always has to be backed by a great team. Alongside our CEO, Alex Decker, and our absolute killers in the development trenches, we're making this possible currently.
And a great team is backed by an equally great advisory board.
And with your help, we can bring cleaner to people's phones faster, safer, whenever, wherever. Thank you.
Q&A.
So thank you, a great idea. I am wondering, how are you going to scale ensuring quality? Thank you. How are you going to scale ensuring quality? Thank you.
Simple. So for that, we have all our safety measures intact. So for example, you have a rating system where every single time both a user and a cleaning get together to work together, you'll have to work each other after. If there's 3 bad ratings, or AI system will look at it immediately, and if it's any harsh conditions, then you're already out. So 3 strikes and you're out. The thing is, another part is, or promise. We promise our cleaners to make up to 2,500 euros working full-time with an insurance premium that they do not have if they work undeclared with our insurance partner in Luxembourg. That way, we can ensure that they are having everything they need to stay happy with us and that they really do not want to be kicked out of the app.
Hi. The thing of a marketplace is that you have to populate both demand and offer. So how are you going to manage to acquire so many cleaners as to make this actually scalable?
So everybody asks us this question, and I love it because the answer is great. Getting these cleaners we thought was going to be a real challenge, and the reality is that they're desperate. The market has failed them, and every time I speak to 1 or 2 cleaners to bring them on, I get the whole family calling. I have 10 calls, 10 applications per every cleaner that I talk to. At the current moment, we have 20 that we can rely on almost surely, and around 40 that are up to just getting a call for a cleaning. So it's really not a problem, the cleaner side.
Thank you. Can you elaborate a little bit about what's your differentiator with Webel, for example? I know Webel is growing a lot, and what is the innovation?
Simple. So all promise, first of all, if you want to order cleaning with Webel, you can do so right now. The next soonest you can get is on Friday, about 48 hours to 72 hours, depending on the day and time of the week. So we are 96 times faster than Webel, which is our next closest competitor here in Spain. The other part is, Webel is a marketplace. We connect the users. So that's how we also show the quality, because with Webel, you're an independent user, and it's not the closest to the service that's going to get the service. It's whoever is, with us, it's whoever is closest to the service that's going to get it. And so that's also how we show quality, so that it's basically a fight between all the cleaners.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, that was a great pitch. I know if I want to clean my apartment, I know who to call now. All right, with our next finalist, we have Switch. Now, this functional gum is followed with a story. It's sourced from Colombia, it's minty fresh, and it's built for those who want to bite down on more than they can chew. Let's welcome them to the stage with a big round of applause.
This is my family's mint crop in Huasca, Colombia. These are my parents. 5 years ago, after an economic crisis, and in their 70s, they planted the first mint seed of their family dream in their last attempt to build a stable retirement plan. These are the farmers, the center of our operation. Up to date, my parents managed not only to survive, but also to give opportunities and jobs to more than 26 families in Huasca, a town where more than 90% of the population lives in poverty. So after all these years, I asked myself a question. How to take such a traditional business to the next level? My name is Juliana Perez, and I'm the second generation of this family legacy. And I'm here today at IE Venture Lab to bring my family business to Europe. And the first question that I ask myself is, should I create a gum? Well, the gum market in Spain is booming. By 2029, it's projected to reach a total value of 224 million. And another global movement that we saw is the functional snacks market, that in Spain is projected to grow a total of 130% by 2029. So, for my question, I found the answer.
Every day feels like a roller coaster of unexpected moments. You wake up still tired, you work through distractions, you rest in a rush. And it's not your fault. We weren't built with a clutch or gears. There's no switch to snap out of zombie mode and into genius mode. No switch to shut off stress and call it a day. No switch to flip on desire when your head is still burning with work. Well, there wasn't a switch.
This is Switch, a functional gum brand powered by Colombian mint and botanical blends to enhance your mind, body, and senses throughout all the different moments of your day. Can I go back, please? Just back. There. We'll have 5 products. The first one is focus and mental agility, with Colombian mint, caffeine, L-theanine, and vitamins. The second one is relaxation and stress relief, with Colombian mint and CBD. The third one is wellness and mood, with Colombian mint and ashwagandha. The fourth one is hangover recovery, with Colombian mint, electrolytes, and vitamins. And last but not least, sexual performance, with Colombian mint, maca root, and ginseng. Our main ingredient is the mint, and in Colombia we have the best mint in the world. And why? Because we have the ideal climate, we have fertile soils and rich biodiversity, and we have higher natural mental content, among other benefits. This is my team, Finalist, a marketing and advertising agency based here in Madrid. Sara, our business advisor, and we are looking for a go-to-market specialist that is going to help us to bring our products to the market. You might be wondering which are our main competitors here in Spain. So we have three main competitors. The first one is Neuro. It's very scientific-based, and they have presence all over Europe. The second one is Wugom. It's very functional-based, and they have presence here in Spain. And the last one is Captain's Life, that is very affordability-based, also here in Spain. And another example of this functional snacks market is this Rev Gum, a functional gum brand that in the USA raised more than 6 million in Yeti capital. Also, when we asked our potential consumers, more than 96% of the answers were that they would buy and consume Switch in their daily lives. And why? Because we are merging science and functionality that you can find today in the market with sustainability, because we are having ethically sourced with our mint, that is our main ingredient, and full traceability of the product. And of course, a lot of coolness. That is how we are going to attract our consumers. And this is what makes Switch different. Our target market is Spain. Then we aim to expand throughout all Europe and then switch the world. We're going to focus in Gen Z, millennials, and of course, an expanded market. Our go-to-market strategy is simple but powerful. We start with our mint crop in Huasca, Colombia. Then we have the mint leaf importation directly from Colombia. Then we have the production here in Spain. Then we have the distribution to the key channels. And finally, a very powerful marketing and sales strategy. So what are we seeking from you as investors? We are seeking 350K to research and development to develop the best formula in the market. Also for the first purchase of the raw materials and the first production here in Spain. And finally, our first media campaign. So who's ready to switch?
Q&A.
Hi, thank you so much. Could you please expand a bit more on the go-to-market and perhaps the distribution channels? How are you planning on getting this to everybody?
Of course. So we are having the exportation of the leaf of the mint directly from Colombia to here to Spain. We are partnering with Chicles Gum, that is a factory here in Spain that already produces these kind of gums. And this is the one who is going to produce the gums here in Spain. And then we are aiming to have presence in our own e-commerce, of course, the e-commerce of retailers and beauty stores, and of course, beauty stores like Primor, for example, and El Corte Inglés, that right now they have a whole section of these kind of functional snacks, products, like to focus, to well-being, and these kind of products.
Thank you. Great marketing, though. I wanted, you mentioned 3 competitors here in Madrid, but I wanted to understand, what is your main, your key differentiator based on those 3 competitors? Is it the flavor? Is it the vitamins, the relaxation or whatever?
Okay, so one competitor that is Neuro is very scientific based. They actually, their main value proposition is the science behind the formula. And then the other competitor is Wugom. They are very functional based, so they have a lot of functionalities, but they don't have this kind of scientific backup. We found a gap, a very clear gap, actually 2. The first one is the sustainability. None of them talk about sustainability, and we think that right now is very important, and it's not a nice to have. It's like a requirement for you to have a sustainability strategy in your company. And with us, with the mint, the full traceability of the product and also the ethically sourced of the main ingredient, that is the mint, we think that there is a clear differentiator. And then the coolness, as you can see, we are going to have this very good branding, and we think that with this kind of branding and marketing, we are going to attract this Gen Z generation and millennials, that is like our core market.
Thank you.
All right, that was great. I know what I'm gonna next. I know I'm gonna buy next now that I'm in Corte Inglés, because they're probably gonna end up there. All right, introducing our last startup, Gota Ventures. They invest in early-stage food tech all across Europe, supporting innovation in how we produce, process, and experience food. Thank you very much. Let's welcome them onto the stage.
Our food system is fundamentally broken. By 2050, we will be almost 10 billion people on this planet, but we don't have the water, the land, or the capacity to feed them sustainably. Also, climate change is leading to food insecurity. Droughts, floods, and heat waves are causing volatility in our food supply. Adding to this, the global disruptions are worsening this problem. The escalating wars, tariffs, and disease outbreaks are making even the most basic products harder to source, causing ingredient prices to explode, as we've seen it with products like cacao or coffee. And this is only expected to become worse over the next years. But what we also see is that the next generation won't eat like the last one. We're demanding cleaner, healthier, more functional foods. In other words, our food system needs a rethink. We're Gota Ventures. We invest in ingredient innovations, reshaping what the world needs to eat. But what's our strategy? We're not like a traditional fund. We invest on a deal-by-deal basis in early-stage food tech startups. We're targeting about 10 investments over the next 24 months, writing tickets of 100 to 500,000 euros. And investors can participate with only 10,000 euros per deal to invest in some of the most promising startups with a strong focus on Europe. And our team has all the ingredients for success. I'm Christina, and I'm one of the partners and head of food ecosystem at Gota. I've seen both sides. I worked in venture capital, and I grew up immersed in the food industry through my family business, an international trading company in food. Then we have Vincent with a strong financial background in private equity and investment banking. He's one of our partners and heading our investments. And then Karim, with previous experience in VC, he's identifying some of the strongest opportunities across the industry. Over the last 10 years, we've been actively investing across private equity and venture capital in companies that have performed strongly. But also, we've been hands-on. We've supported companies to scale and secure follow-on funding. And all of these companies have a survival rate of 100%. Our board of advisors have decades of experience in food, tech, and investing, including leaders from some of the biggest ingredient food companies, such as Givaudan, but also seasoned investors and AI experts guiding us in making the best investment decisions.
At Gota, we invest in technology-driven ingredient solutions, and we have 3 investment pillars. First, ingredient innovations. Second, ingredient infrastructure. And third, ingredient-led brands with strong underlying technology. And we are investing in a massive market that's fueled by innovation and demand. The global food ingredients market is expected to grow to 550 billion euros in the next couple of years. And AI-driven ingredient R&D will speed up innovation by 10x in the next 15 years. Moreover, the global food demand is expected to grow by 60% in the next 25 years. In other words, this is a big market. And what's our exit path? Who do we sell our investments to? That's very clearly Big Food. Big Food has been actively acquiring companies, both in early stage and later stage, to get access to innovation, providing for us the perfect exit pathway. And our secret sauce is AI and strong networks. We have built a proprietary AI tool that allows us to find tomorrow's winners before they come to market. But also, we have strong relationships with accelerators, research institutions, universities, and other VCs. And how do we add value? Mainly through our investor base. We have built an ecosystem of industry experts, but also we have access to more than 500 food companies in more than 50 countries. Our AI tool is a combination of web scraping and intelligence, and it allows us to analyze huge amounts of data in a very easy and efficient way. It already contributed to our pipeline. This is a small example. As you can see, these are all companies that are active in ingredient solutions, however, from a very different angle. Our business model is that of a deal-by-deal investment fund. We get 5% closing fee at moment of closing and a 20% performance fee once the hurdle rate of 8% has been achieved. In terms of traction and roadmap, we have already 1.4 million euros committed from 14 investors, including ourselves, and we have an active deal pipeline with 20 deals per month. We aim to grow our commitments to 5 million by the end of this year, and by the end of 2028, we aim to raise our venture capital fund with an expected size of 50 million. Why are we here today? We are looking to expand Gotha with private and professional investors and co-investors. Let's invest in a better food system together. Join us now. Well done.
Q&A.
Thank you very much. Very interesting field and good cause. I was wondering, sourcing deals with AI. I mean, we have a lot of venture capital funds, people who work in venture capital. I've never seen that functioning well. Do you have a proof for that? Do you have validated that you can really, by scraping the web, find good deals?
It's a good question. I think we see it as a supportive way. So how we normally do our deal sourcing is mainly dependent on our network and our access to the food industry. But our AI tool helps us to analyze like more articles, more databases to find more companies. So you can see it as a supportive way to see more companies in the industry.
I'm curious about how are you going to run the technical due diligence, because given the 3 verticals, I feel like you might need somebody who are more like, scientifically bright.
Yes, and that's exactly the beauty of this model. Since we are investing on a deal-by-deal basis, we're planning to expand our investors that are joining our deal-by-deal fund to 50 to 100 investors, which are value add. So most of them will be coming from the food industry, but a lot of them will also coming from a technology background, which will provide immediate value add to the startups we invest in as well.
One more question? Well, thank you.
The time has now come. The jury is going to go into another room and pick the winner from the amazing pitches you just witnessed. In the meantime, it's your turn to weigh in on who was your favorite startup. To get us through this part, please re-welcome Jamie Clark to the stage. And on behalf of Philip, Antonio, and myself, thank you so much for being here, and it's really been an honor to be your host this evening.
Okay. Hello. Okay, so jury, you've got 10 amazing teams to decide from now, and so my colleague Nahid is going to take you to the secret room where the jury will deliberate, and we're going to take them through the secret back exit. Good luck, jury. I know it won't be easy. It won't be easy. All right, so while the jury are deliberating, before you go anywhere, I would just like to welcome back onto the stage our MCs, Vic, Antonio, and Philip. Please give them a massive round of applause for an amazing job managing. Could we just give them one more round of applause now that they're on the stage? Thank you so much, guys. You guys have done an amazing job, and thank you for moderating today's event.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So now with the help of our tech team, do you mind if we put on the crowd vote? And I would say arguably this is one of the more important awards, at least in my opinion, because we're now going to go for the wisdom of the crowd. So you all have a say as to who you think the best startup was amongst the finalists. So you'll see on stage now a QR code. And this is my favorite part because I just pretend you guys are taking my picture. So it's nice. This is what celebrities do, hey? What do? They just stand here and smile. So not an easy choice. It's a big decision. Could we get some thumbs up when some of the votes have come in? Thumbs up, voted, wonderful. Thumbs up, thumbs up. I'll give you another minute or so. It's a very big decision indeed. So can we just do another thumbs up check? Cool, thumbs up there. How are we doing up there? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Wonderful. Well, in this Venture Day as well, we've got a new addition and a surprise feature. And with that, I would like to welcome my dear colleague, Maria, to the stage to help us with the raffle winners. I understand you all got your raffle tickets, so please give her a big clap.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Jamie, for welcoming me on stage. As he said, my name is Maria. I'm an associate director for the center, as well as an I alumni, so it is a real pleasure to be here today, and once again, thank you for joining us in this edition. So the jury is now off to deliberate, and we've heard amazing pitches, so they're gonna have a hard time. And in the meantime, we want to do a little raffle so that some of you can also win something today. What are you giving away has been one of the most repeated questions this afternoon. So we're happy to say that we're giving away several IE store merchants, but also, and this year this is very special, thanks to 2 former international MBA students from our IE Business School, we will be giving away 3 gift cards for a very cool sunglasses brand. The brand is called, there we have it, Miller & Mark, and it was co-founded, as I said, by 2 IE alumni. And what's really interesting is it's not only stylish and functional, but it also uses reusable materials, so it's really aligned to our values at IE. And we want to thank here today Juan Pedro and Pedro, our IE alumni, for collaborating with us and sponsoring this raffle. Okay? So now let's get on to the raffle. How is this going to work? When you came in and you checked in, you should have been given this ticket. And you have your number.
Let's
your
get those up.
number.
Let's see them. Do we still have them, or have we lost them?
Please tell me you didn't lose them. Okay. So yes, it has a number on it. It's on the left margin. I know it's small, but that's your number. Okay. So now Jamie is gonna be the master of luck. He's gonna pick the winning numbers, and we're gonna offer different things. So for those of you who win something, please don't come onto stage until the end of the event. Okay. For the sake of time, just when we're done, you can come and pick up your prize.
But feel free to shout out saying, I won, I won,
yeah, exactly.
I won.
We want to know who wins, whatever, okay?
That's welcome. Okay, so
Are
we do
you
our
ready?
first ticket. Yeah, I think we're feeling good.
Who wants the My Merchant? Okay. So the first gifts we're going to give away are 4 IE coin leather wallets, okay? So now, Jamie, this doesn't...
Can I play as well?
Yeah, no, you can't play. So let's pick our first 4 numbers, a little music from the band.
4 or 1?
Yeah, pick one by one, but we need 4.
234.
2, 3, 4. 2,
2,
3, 4.
Yay!
Yay! Woohoo!
Congratulations, Will. We'll get it to you afterwards. We just want you.
you can wait.
Yeah.
We'll give it to you
We'll
afterwards.
give it to you
okay?
afterwards.
You're our first winner. I can keep that one.
175.
175. Yay!
Oh wow.
That's great. Then the next one will be.
I'm going to do this one in Spanish. How's our Spanish? We're pretty good? Yeah? 106.
106.
106.
No, they left. Oh.
No,
Well,
106.
We'll see if they redeem it afterwards. And then the last wallet will go to
46.
46. Is it in the room? Oh, too bad they left. They're not going to get their gifts. Well, congratulations to those of you who won our first batch of items. Then the next one is really cool. It's actually an iTumbler. I use it a lot. It's really useful. So we're going to pick 3 numbers for this one. Come on, Jamie.
140.
140. Yay, there we have it.
Congratulations.
Great.
Cool, so we keep the number.
We keep the number. You got a tumbler.
92.
92. There we have
Wow,
him.
unreal. Congratulations.
Perfect. And then the last one goes to
51.
51 in the room.
And thank you, band, for that. Appreciate it.
Is 51 here? No? They left as well? Okay. We can ruffle it again afterwards. Okay, so we also have an item that is definitely not necessary today, but maybe you want to keep it for next week. It's an eye umbrella. I'm sorry, guys, but it's going to rain during Easter break, so you might want to get this one. We have 3 umbrellas that are going to go to
70.
number 70. No one?
Are you number 71? Or 69? Or neither? Okay, never mind.
Okay, well, too bad.
108.
108. Come on,
Oof.
I can't believe no one.
Tough crowd, guys. Tough crowd.
108, 108. No? Okay. 109 in the room?
Oh,
So-
108.
oh,
108.
okay.
Look alive, mate. Look alive.
You can pick it up afterwards. And then the final umbrella goes to
87.
87. She has so many raffle tickets. You don't
Yeah,
have 87?
no
By any
questions.
chance? No? 86?
All right, my guy.
So, we'll give it to you.
Perfect.
Perfect. And then the last items we have from the IE merchandising are beach towels. Super cool, super useful. You got excited about this one. You prefer the towels and the umbrella. Okay, I see. So we gotta pick 3 winners. Let's see if they're in the room.
247. Congratulations.
You got a beach towel.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Now you just have to book your beach holiday.
Okay, next one. Next beach towel goes to
243.
243. You wanna offer another?
No, it's fine.
You wanna pick one?
Yeah. All right, last one. Band's keeping on going. We're feeling good. 244.
Oh, they're all in a row. Mix them. Pick another one because they seem to have left.
200. No, I'm joking. 176.
No? Wait, what happens with this crowd? Never mind. You want to pick another one?
Yeah, I'm going to go one more. 78. That one we've got.
78? Good enough? Another one?
We're going to do this until someone wins. 233.
Yay! You got 4.
Big applause.
We're actually missing one because we're
Okay.
missing one beach towel. We just gave 2. Last one.
146. Yeah.
Yay! Okay, so can you give me the
Yeah,
last 2? That one and 2.
Uh,
This one.
yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So now, guys, we're just missing our special gifts. As I said, Miller and Mark is a brand that was co-founded by two alumni, and they gave us 3 gift cards. So you can redeem them in any store here in Madrid or Sevilla. They have 13 stores in Spain and Germany. So if you happen to be in Germany, you can also redeem them.
And I think this might be the best gift, so I expect the reaction to be just as big.
It's super cool. They're super cool. I'm gonna really make this work. Okay. First winner of the Miller and Mark glasses.
152.
Yes, we got it. Yeah, perfect. Congratulations.
Congrats. What type of glasses are you going to get?
Can be sunglasses or prescriptive ones. You can choose.
If you need any help, we'll come shopping with you.
Yeah, just call us. And then the next
Thank you, band.
goes to
225.
225. No, you gotta pick another one. This gives the jury some more time, so it's good.
148.
Okay, we got it there. Congrats. And for the final ones.
80.
80 there.
But you already got nice sunnies on your head, so I guess the second pair won't hurt.
So, congratulations to all the winners. You can come and get your prizes afterwards.
Can we give them a big round of applause? Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much.
You.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the time we calculated for activities whilst the jury's deliberating. I think they're going to come soon, but I think the fact that they're taking so long is a testament to the amazing quality of all the startups tonight. So congratulations again to everyone. And maybe band, we can get some music going in the meantime. Maybe we can do a nice song. Sorry? Hip hop. Feel free to clap them along. Wait. How would the clap be? Gunnies, let's try? Let's try? Yeah, that's like that, yeah. Like that, perfect. That's the rhythm we like. Yeah, that's right. Do we like the clap? Está bien, ¿no?
Constant sorrow, I've seen trouble all my days. I left my home in over a million, place where I'm born and raised.
Woo!
For 6 long years, been in trouble, no pleasures here on earth I'll find. For in this world I'm bound to ramble, I have no friends to help me now.
Qué temazo, por favor. Welcome back, jury.
It's fairly well.
Necesitamos 3 o 4
I
micros de
never
mano.
expect to see you again. Far mountains around that round that never, perhaps I'll die on this train. Maybe your friends think I'm just a stranger. My face you'll never see no more. But there is one promise that is given. I'll meet you on God's golden shore.
Big applause to the band. The band is called Track Dogs. And are you on Spotify, everything like that? Cool, I'll be listening tonight on my way home for sure. Well, it was a big session from the jury, it seems, but I think we're ready to go, Paris.
Yes. Yes, we are ready to go.
Just
and so, with me to give out the awards. Oops.
Just waiting on
Is
Conchita.
Yuri Levine, which you all know by now, and also Isabel Alcázar, who is the head, the global head of sustainability for IU University. Conchita Galdón, you want to come up here as well? She's the vice dean of sustainability as well in the business school? In the business school. Okay. We have a real surprise that Conchita is going to be announcing at the very end of this session. Okay, so let's begin. We're going to start with third place.
We might need a drum roll.
Yeah. Let's get the third place here. Do we have the third place?
It's a very, very long drum roll.
Okay. And the winner of third place is
Izana.
Izana.
Woo!
You know, while
come over. Yeah. Yuri, let's get in the middle here.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
this is for you.
All right, let's get a picture here. Everybody.
Congratulations.
Before you leave, I'm just saying that my wife is actually sitting here at the audience, and together we have 7 children, right? So obviously you need to help a lot of people to help to become, pregnant and more children. So thank you.
Second place. Okay. Jamie, this one's yours. Okay.
So, well, these are heavy. These are
Yes.
These
and
are
now, the second place winner is
Crescentio.
Okay, and now the moment we've all been waiting for. The winner of this year's Venture Day 2025 is Experience.
Wow. Congratulations.
And now for the most important award. Let's not drop it now.
So, no, you get the prize. I wanted to come out here with Conchita because we started the Sustainability Prize thanks to Paris, and yeah, thank you. Yes, this is important. 4 or 5 years ago, yeah, during COVID, actually, yes, we were in the WOW room, and why the Sustainability Prize is so important for us. Basically because it's part of our purpose to foster positive change, and that's how we integrate sustainability. And every year there are more and more startups with a sustainability business plan or a sustainability product or service. And I think this year has been amazing, no? Lots of different options, and it's been very difficult to choose. Afterwards, Conchita's going to make another announcement. So we'll go straight to the prize, which is a closed ecosystem, okay, that you can keep. It doesn't need water or anything. It lives in equilibrium. So the sustainability prize is for Verdabase. So congratulations. Thank you. Let's go.
Okay, and now final announcement.
No, yes, we have a few more awards.
Conchita will just say a few words about the Innova Europe project now.
Whenever you...
And then,
but that word comes first?
okay, we do it at the end, no problem. As you please.
Should I or not?
No, yours is at the end,
Okay,
because
I'll wait.
it'll be from anybody that wants to join, right?
It should be.
It will be a big announcement.
Should be. Okay.
Sorry, Conchita.
So, the undergraduate award goes to
Cleaner.
the IMBA award goes to
Crescentia.
Maybe we'll double check this one on the screens. This one's MIM for me. Beautiful. And the MIM winner goes to Loya. Congratulations.
And now, the award for the School of Science and Technology for the best startup goes to SpecSavvy.
Are they still in the house? Is SpecSavvy still here? I think we'll have to give them their award afterwards because they're in the runners-up.
And now for the undergraduate award.
Goes to Cleaner.
This one's for me. The best alumni startup is Experience.
And now, yes, this is the one that you think is the most important award, right? The Crowd Favorite Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this year's Crowd Favorite Award is Luyoa.
More than mi vida, Lord knows I need you.
Okay, and now Conchita Galdon has a surprise for us.
Yeah, I have an announcement. So, if you won 20,000 euros for your startup, would you know what to do with the money? Yes? Because that's what's on the table right now. So, if your startup is innovative and advances the Sustainable Development Goals, meaning you have a positive social or environmental impact, you can apply to the Innova Europe Awards. Innova Europe is an alliance of which Business School is part of the sponsorship members, together with ESMT in Berlin, EDEC, London Business Schools, and 7 other schools all over Europe. And we are looking for startups in 2 categories. One of them is called Young Hopes, and this is for just ideas. Maybe you didn't make it to the finals, maybe you didn't even make it to runner-up because your MVP is not advanced enough. You can apply with your PowerPoint and your smile for 5,000 euros through Innova Europe. Now, the second category is Rising Stars. This is for projects that are more advanced, right? So people who have an MVP already that is working, that are ideally growing, right, that are innovative, and they stand to win 20,000 euros and 1 year of acceleration. And both of our finalists, so each of the 11 schools that are part of Innova Europe, we are choosing our finalists who will represent us in the final. This is happening in Berlin, in ESMT campus, come September. So winning teams will be in Berlin pitching for 5,000 against a PowerPoint and a smile, or 20,000 against an MVP. The deadline has just been extended. We will be reaching out to you through the Venture Lab. Please keep an eye on your email. because you do stand to win quite a little bit of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Conchita. Okay, so now we're going to wrap up, but before we wrap up, I want Yuri to say a few words here. What's your impression? This is your first venture day after mentoring a lot of teams, lecturing, workshops. What are your impressions, Yuri?
So, really happy to be here. And as Perry said, this is my first venture day, and he put me on the stage without preparation. So really excited to see all the ventures today, and not just today, throughout the entire period of time. I met a lot of exciting teams, and I think that we should definitely uplift this program way better in the next few years. Number one, we should get funding for the participants and in particular the winners. In the middle of the venture day, I told Paris that if he can get funding, then I can actually match that. Paris didn't, but I did.
I know. Well, I'm working the system, and you know what IE is like, right? So we're working the system, but next time we're gonna take your offer, Yuri.
Okay, excellent. And I think that in my vision, right, and I told you at the beginning, when you study engineering, at the end of it, you become engineer. If you study to become a medical doctor, at the end of it, you become a medical doctor. But if you study entrepreneurship, you don't become an entrepreneur. You only become an entrepreneur when you make the leap of faith, when you commit yourself to the journey, when you go and build something. And that's the true entrepreneurship, right? And so I want you to do that. I want more of those coming out of IE. I want some of you to come here as the next unicorn on this stage and, 5 years down the road, be the one that is doing the keynote at the beginning and mentor the others. Because at the end of the day, entrepreneurs are the ones that are changing the world. Right? You look at the top 10 companies of the world today, and they're all started by entrepreneurs not that long time ago, right? So except Microsoft and Apple that are 50 years old, the rest of them are younger than you, most of them. And it's certainly an opportunity to change the world and make it a better place. And this is why I'm here, right? To make a bigger impact on the ecosystem, the local ecosystem here, the entrepreneurs that are studying here. I want to see that impact, and I want to see that payback or in the future.
Thank you. Let's give Yuri a big hand, please.
Thank you.
Okay, the only thing between you guys and an open bar is me. So give me 2 more minutes, and we're going to be good. This event would not have been able to occur the way it has occurred without a big thanks to all the fellows that have been working. Let's give a big hand to all the fellows, please. This is an event. This is an event that's run for students by students, and we're very proud of that. As you know, Anik is not with us, and she would have very much loved to be with us, and hopefully she'll be with us back with us in a couple of weeks. But not having Anik here, as you know, she does the heavy lifting for me. And so we need to give a big thanks to Jamie, who has done an incredible job.
Thank you.
With the mentors, with the student, with everything. Jamie, hats off to you. Bloody oath, as you would say in your
Appreciate
country.
it, mate. Appreciate it.
And I want to thank the rest of the team. Na, who's here as well.
Woo!
Big thanks to her. Maria, who's recently joined us. And what would we do without Carmen? Carmen, are you back there? There she is. There she is. Woo! Carmen has been here for the last 40 years in this school. 40 years. I thought I'd been here for a long time, 15. And what about our band, the Track Dogs? Let's give them a big hand. You know, I was mentioning to Isabella that the Track Dogs have been here for over 10 years. And she said to me, next year they can be part of the jury. You guys have learned a lot about entrepreneurship, haven't you?
I think that we were just commenting earlier today that the only person that's probably seen more pitches here is you. Than us.
That's true, that's true, that's true. And so, yes, I want to thank all of you because, this happens because of you. And as I said at the very beginning of this, 174 teams started this whole process. That's going to be over 1,000 students every year. And we're changing mindsets here because the reality is that most of you are going to be working in companies. But we do have one of the highest rates in the world. That 20 to 30% of our students become entrepreneurs. And so we're hoping that we're not only going to be fourth in the world in entrepreneurship education, but with the help of Yuri, hopefully in the future, we'll be up there in the top 5 in the world in terms of startup funding as well. As we go out there and increasingly working with the School of Science and Technology, we get real technology startups coming from here. And so with that, thank you for coming, and let's go have some good Spanish food.
And thank you, Sasha. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.